Hello, YouTube. We just closed my door. Okay. Hello, YouTube. We are back. More Shining Force. Now, keep in mind, my internet might have problems today because they're giving problems to other people in the house. So we'll see how things go. Either way, let me send out the invites and self promotion to everyone else, and then we'll get started. All right.
Oh, T, you're about to catch on to one of my favorite jokes about this game. T3 is going to go forward and make use of his unlimited power.
Do 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 do. Hmm. Alright. I posted for everybody, so let me unmute that and we'll go back to Shining Force. Where's it? Cool. How are you doing on stuff? Okay. Got it. Alright, we're doing the circus fight, weren't we? Yeah, that's it. We're repeating the circus fight over and over. Okay, so to refresh everyone on the rules, if we level up, we repeat the battle. If we die, we repeat the battle. That's basically it. If we get a brand new character and we don't have room for them, we need to swap them out for. We need to swap out whoever the strongest person is for them, ignoring Max because we can't swap out Max. But yeah, that is the strategy. Or rather, that's not necessarily the strategy, but that's the self-imposed rules. By the way, this fight should not be that hard. All things considered. Welcome here. Is there anyone even hurt? Oh, not yet. Just stand over there. No, Breeze. Breeze is better than Blaze in my opinion. Yep. Keep getting killed to level up. Welcome, Gotrek. How's the ROM pack serving you? Because I got some bad news on my end about it. Okay. Let me show you. So, I load up this. Okay, go to my desktop. Fusion. I even use the emulator they recommended. Let me capture that window. Sorry for anyone watching this at home. I'm taking a small detour because I want to show something that's related to Shining Force. Fusion. Yeah. So, here's the Fusion screen, right? I'll go and drag it over here. So, normally, let's say I just load, let's say any old ROM, like this one, example. Not that one. This one, for example. Whatever. My controls again? I forgot. It loads fine, correct? Loads fine. This is default game. Nothing going wrong. Okay. Now let's load my ROM hack. This. And there's a black screen. Immediately. And I have no idea why this is happening. And this black screen will never go away, by the way, no matter what I do. Okay. Yeah. I have no idea how the load screen got corrupted. But let's say we continue one of these. Oh wait, which one did I load? See, even if I load a pre-existing save file, oh, I'm here, but I can't talk to him at all. Nothing happens. If I check my stuff, it's the same thing from that old save file. Even if I move up here, I can't talk to Lo. Move back here, those events happen. Everyone leaves with no dialogue. I can't talk to anyone. Which, okay, whatever. You know, I mean, yeah, dialogue's over it. But let's bring it to here, for example. Then it black screens. Because the game tries to force in dialogue. So, I'm theorizing that something got screwed up in the dialogue system, basically. But I have no idea why. Because I didn't do anything to mess with that at all. All I was doing was editing battles. And somehow that happened because I was editing battles. I have no idea why that happened. For reference, if you want to see what I did, because I'm going to be honest, once that happened, I kind of lost interest in the project at that point. But to show you what I did have done, where is my editor? Okay, Guiding Force. Oh, Guiding Force one editor. Come on. Oh, here we go. It's in Gens. It's not in Guiding Force. It's in Gens. Do you ever always see this on screen? No, I do not have a thing for this. Okay, let's switch over to this. Yeah. If we open, let's say the one I was doing. Or, no, actually, let's even open this one. Everything's going well. And you see that I got all the way to this fight done. I had just finished doing this fight, which you kind of get to see what happened here. It appears that adding some of the elements to the location of call-ups, thus the game tries to call on some links, and the links got broken by the edits. Yeah, I have no idea what I added though. By the way, this is the edits I made here. And let me maximize so it's easier to see. And then this is as far as I got because I was working on. Actually, sorry, no, this is as far as I got. I was working on this map when it I saved it and went, I'm gonna go playtest this, and I tried to playtest it, and that happened. But I have no idea what I should do because my first thought was like, oh hey, because here's the thing, I'm wondering if I should continue because it works in the editor, but I don't know how to fix this dialogue issue. I have no idea how to fix it. I have no idea what I did wrong, and I have no idea how to fix what I did wrong. Like Shining Force. Um, do you want me to send you the ROM to see if it works on your end, but not on my end? And see if you can figure out something? I did expand the file. A couple of times, actually. Okay. Then I'll go ahead and send it to you. Give me one moment to update the Google Drive. Thank you. I'd appreciate it. Because, yeah, I was full steam ahead working on it, and then I went to test it, and that happened. I was like, okay, that killed all of my enthusiasm to do this. And now you're throwing a fit, computer. You're fine. Okay. Go to desktop. Make that no longer humongous. Fighting Force Long Mac. I also found. Oh yeah, that's a different thing. I like working on those things, so I can try to clone it and see if I can extract some portion that's still working, so you have a clean file to work with that still has your changes. Yeah, that'd be nice. I don't mind that, and heck, at this point, that means it kind of is a collaborative project in a way. Okay, git link. Wow. Anyone with a link. There you go. Cool. Well, if we can get this bug working, then I'd be more than happy to listen to that laser idea thing. Either way, um, I'm closing that again, and we're going back to Shining Force. We're not going to talk about. Well, we're not going to delay from Shining Force again. I just wanted to bring that up now that you're here. I was thinking of adding 3 more laser eyes going down the right side of the map so that there's no place you could stand where you cannot get. Yeah, I was thinking that. By the way, I think the Ghoul Fight in the church actually a lot more interesting. As you'll see in that thing. You want to know what I did with the ghouls? Because I always felt the ghouls were like a really cool, unique enemy that only showed up in like 3 maps, and I thought they needed a bit more pizzazz added to them to make them more interesting. Okay, who's hurt? I made them zombie wizards, and they now know D-Soul 4 in addition to having a bunch of MP. But on top of that, in that map, they regenerate. The other zombies don't, but they do. I don't mean HP, I mean as in they stand back up after you kill them, unless you stand on the spot that they spawn in on. So, you need to kill both of the ghouls at the same time, if you want them to stay dead. And that's after you deal with everyone else. Because you still have to be dealing with everyone else at the same time. Yeah. Well, as I said, yeah, they're like armed skeletons, except also they're now zombie wizards, and they have D-Soul 4. So they might just randomly kill your people arbitrarily. Because... F you. And keep in mind, in my ROM hack, D-Soul can affect a large number of people. It can affect up to 15 people at once, given the whole... Sorry, 13 people at once. In fact, I think even more. That's... That would be funny, yeah. But wouldn't that make it a lot more unuseful for your characters? Wouldn't that give you more incentive not to use it? I mean, I could make the D-Soul hit full targets. That works. It's just... I'm thinking of, like, how useful it is for the player at that point. Because there is a setting so you can set it to affect full targets. Basically, everyone on the map is hit by D-Soul, and you could accidentally kill yourself. Oh. Yeah. There'd still be a way to get around that, but yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. As I said, there's still a way to get around that though, because if you get, because of the hero ability, you can put shield on all of your own units, and then D-Soul everyone, and so all of your own units will be immune to D-Soul, but all the enemy units will not. Because shield, I believe, protects you from D-Soul, if I remember correctly, as well. That's an interaction that never comes up in the vanilla game, but I believe it doesn't protect you from the damage. Correct, shield makes you immune. Yep. So you do have a way to mitigate that as a player character. Yep, it does. Which reminds me, I find it funny that it says 8 hit points are stolen from Gort when the health doesn't even update. It's like, oh hey, 8 hit points are stolen from Gort, but he doesn't take them, so what does it matter? It's not like the evil puppet heals himself, which is what he's supposed to do. That's a weird bug in the game. Is the fact that the evil puppet's supposed to heal himself when the damage he inflicts, but he just doesn't. It just doesn't work. And keep in mind, this is a vanilla game. This is not a ROM hack. Hey, what was that thing? What was I talking about? I forget. Yeah, same thing happens with Belial's. Oh, I remember what I was going to ask now. I was going to ask what you think about the rings and how I implemented them in terms of increasing the increase that they provide. Yeah, they actually have a lot more of an impact than the old ones. Which was the point, in my opinion. I'm like, these things should be able to shape your run into, like, you know, if you're using a ring on someone, that means that you're saying you're using a personal playstyle for that character. Do you want that character to excel at a certain thing, whether or not it does normally? So, to me, it's like, yeah, make it more dramatic. So I just multiplied the stats of rings by 5, except for the movement ring. Its movement ring is already dramatic now. Also, I gave every single ring a use effect, even the ones that didn't have them already, like the mobility ring. That's another thing I did. I believe I even changed what the speed ring does, so it no longer egresses. It actually does something, you know, more useful than egress. If I remember correctly. Is anyone hurt? Oh no. Yep, speed ring cast quick, mobility ring cast quick, power ring cast full. Power, obviously. Spear ring cast shield. Yeah, which makes total sense when you think about it. It's a shield ring, why wouldn't it cast shield? Shield is a really underused spell in the original game, and I wanted to give people more access to it. So that they can use it tactically in the middle of battle. Which is also part of the reason why I made magic more deadly in my mod. Not only does that give your magic casters a higher feeling of power, but also it makes it so that you can deal with enemy casters easier, which allows me to throw more enemy casters at you and not have to worry about it because I know I gave the player the tools to overcome it. Yep. Exactly. But now it's obtained, like, very early on. And in fact, it's pretty much a mandate before you get to the desert battle, because you could try doing that without the field spell, but good freaking luck. Yeah, because very few people even use those characters. I've heard of you, Henry. Ready. Oh, heal. But yeah, rings, especially early in the game, make a dramatic difference on your actual characters. You know, shield ring makes you actually possible to tank things early game and not just get one shot. Power ring, along with weapon equipping, can just obliterate through enemies very quickly. Speed ring can give you lots of different turns, which is quite useful, as well as being able to cast quick. Shield ring letting you cast shield is actually nice because it's one of the only early game ways to get shield other than the hero ability, which, you know, is useful for a very specific battle. Mobility ring is just good if you want more mobility. Speed ring is good for more turns. Both of them cast quick, so they're both really good in that regard. Anyone hurt? Hi, Bug Boy. I'm currently modding, but I'm gonna drop a lurk here to show support. Thank you, Pac-Man Stoner. Lurkers are workers. I don't mind. We were just talking about a Shining Force ROM hack, by the way. If that's what you're modding, I don't know if that's what it is. Or you might just be modding on Twitch. Either way. Also, yeah, the white ring pretty much stayed the same. Yep. Sadly, I do not have a bot, so I do not have a lurk command yet. But I appreciate it nonetheless. But yeah, I didn't want to change the iconic rings, like the white ring, for example. I didn't want to change that one, because that being healing is perfectly fine with me. You know. Oh, Arthur is really hurt. And then there's always the black ring and the cursed ring. And those are the ones I was mostly worried about in terms of balance. Sorry, the black ring and the demon ring. Oh, and Mayday. Funny as being a monster streamer. Oh, okay. Grochek, are you still here? I don't know if Grochek is still here or not. By the way, someone died, so we're gonna have to repeat this fight, unfortunately. That's fine. If you up in Discord later, I'll walk you through Nightbot and get you some basic commands or anything else you want. Okay. Arthur increased in level. Yay! And he got his first magic point. Interesting. So he can actually learn spells now. What I'm doing in my fight is I repeat a battle until I get 2 experience for 1-hit kills of all enemies in the battle. Neat. I already mentioned what I'm doing. But basically my rule set is if anyone dies in the battle, then that's a sign that I need to keep repeating it until people don't die in the battle. If anyone levels up in the battle, then that's a sign that I'm still getting enough experience points that I can farm this for a little bit. And if I get anyone new to the force that I don't already... that doesn't fit into the party, I have to swap out whoever the strongest one is with them. Basically saying, hey, you're the veteran, you're the biggest person in the group currently, go ahead and leave and I'll bring in this new person and give them a fair shake. That's a general idea. Unfortunately, Arthur has 9 more levels before he gets first level. Yeah, Arthur's a lot more useful in my ROM hack than he is in the actual vanilla game. Arthur is actually useful in the ROM hack, believe it or not. In the vanilla game, not so much, but in the ROM hack, he's actually quite useful. I think you also said level 20 promotion. Yep, level no promotion until level 20, which is the reason why Max is not promoted yet. Also, if I could ever get this ROM hack to fully work, I wouldn't mind doing a playthrough of it on stream, where I use the same rules that I used here, but for that ROM hack. And yes, that sounds like a complete train wreck, but I want to try it anyway. Because it sounds like a fun train wreck, at least. Even if it sounds like a complete train wreck. Unfortunately, in about 15 minutes, I have to jump into a video meeting spanning 3 continents. So I have to go prepare for that. Okay. See you later, Grochek. It was fun having you while you did. I'm glad you came early so I could actually give you the update on the mod because I was worried about doing that. Anyway, see you when I see you. And I'm glad you were in the stream. I'll just keep playing this. Alright, Tao. Time to obliterate some mannequins. Alright, so we're repeating this fight again. See if someone levels up. There's someone will. Yay! We got a kill. Nice. Without anyone getting hurt that time. That's neat. So you got your first magic point. Unfortunately, you can't spend it on anything right now, but he's got it, at least. That's something. So yes, Arthur is a knight that was in the magic school, which means that he's actually able to cast magic, unlike every other knight in the game. Now, is that useful? Arguable. It's not super great, but it's decently okay. It can come in handy sometimes. Alright. Cast Blaze 1. We'll find out later how useful he is, but for the most part, we're going to use his magic when he has it, but it's not going to be a super high priority. It won't be much different than actually just using his lance, other than the fact that it's guaranteed to hit, which is not bad. Oops, I almost made a mistake. Throw the lance. The reason why I keep switching between two is because the Bronze Lance does 3 more damage, but has less range. Once we get the Power Spear, we're not going to have to worry about that until we get the hands on the Steel Lance. But now, once we get to the Power Spear, we should be good. Wait, who here is hurt? Luke? Yeah, Luke. Use your healing seed on Luke. 9 hit points. Yay! Okay. Oh, put that one, please. Thank you. That's why I always check at this point. Smack him! Smack him, Luke. Smack him with all you got. Oh, bam. Alright. Do. Nice, Craig. Good crit, Hans. Alright. Oh, hey, you're actually pretty whacked. Go ahead and heal yourself. Yeah, Arthur's a lot more useful in my actual ROM hacking game rather than the vanilla default game. Go ahead and heal Arthur. There. No one's leveled up, I don't think. I'm paying that much attention, but I don't think anyone's leveled up. Ooh, Hans is hurt. Go ahead and heal Hans, please. Thank you. Punch him in the face and give him healing. You way of the mercy monk. That's my favorite joke about that. Acha! Axe. We did 17 damage. Quite tired. I just woke up recently, so that makes sense. I'm very lazy morning this morning. Took me a while to get out of bed. I managed to get out of bed though, like 10 minutes before my stream. Grabbed some food, came in to eat, sat down 5 minutes before my stream, and then turned on my computer, got all my stuff loaded up, and then by the time I got OBS running and everything, it was like 2 minutes after when I was supposed to start my stream. So, I was roughly on time. It would hurt, but I don't think anyone's hurt. Yeah, no, everyone's fine. Okay. Then go smack him in the face, low. Oh, back! Good job. Yeah, our healers actually do a good amount of physical damage because they're great weaponry, but I don't have to use that that often, just the fact that, you know, physical healing is better than doing physical attack usually. Or rather, it's their job to heal, it's not their job to do physical damage, even though they're really good at it. I'd rather have them healing. Burn. There we go. Keep attacking me. Oh, May leveled up. We're gonna have to repeat this fight. Burn! I'll wait until there's only one enemy left, and then I'll leave. Miss hit. And dead. Oh, the next time it's Max. Oh, and Luke leveled up. So the next time it's Max's turn, we're gonna egress out of here. Heal. Yep, you know what? Might as well use the highest level of Blaze. It's the enemy boss. Oh, it didn't matter. Yeah, this boss is regeneration. Fudge! That's not what I meant to do. There's always a chance that I forget that, and at that point, I actually forgot to check it. The lance was equipped. And some people are going to die here. Yeah, and Reese 2 splitges still. So yeah, next time I get a chance to leave, I'm getting a chance to leave. Gork can't attack. And screw you guys, I'm going home. Let's go ahead and heal somebody. That's not where I was supposed to go. Oh. I forgot that that was a thing. That's not what I meant to click. Dude, stab him. Okay. So I need to get some water. Because I don't actually have any water on me. I'll be back. Because I feel a deep urge to stand up and stretch my legs and go grab some water. So I'll get up, stretch our legs, go out there and grab a snack, and we'll come back later. Where the heck is that text? Grabbing water / snack. Here we go. Let's make it smaller. Smiley face, because I always like to have a smiley face. Okay. Anyway, I will return. 5 returns. I have returns. Alright. Oh, let me get that off the screen. Thank you. There we go. It wasn't wanting to move for a while. I'm like, wait, what? I'll move it. Let me move it. The game was like, no. You cannot move it, move it. You must not move it, move it. You cannot move it, move it. You must not move it. Well, the song randomly got in my head. Yeah, currently has no magic, so that'll be interesting. Either way. Yeah, you know what? Let's let you 1v1 some bad. Well, yeah, let's let you 1v1 some bad. Oh man. There is no difference between Blaze 1 and Blaze 2 other than the fact that Blaze 2 hits multiple targets. I'm like 95% sure that's the case. Go ahead and heal yourself, love. He's probably getting close to level up, if I had to guess. Close doesn't mean that he did, though. Also, Luke is hurt. I need to get someone to heal Luke. And I have a couple of different healers, so that shouldn't be that hard. Bat. Nice. Nice. Good double hit. Okay, I'm just making sure you didn't have range for that. You do not. As you wait, get behind Luke and heal him. He's more important. I mean, you're hurt, but you're more hurt. Good to remember that Ken is hurt, though. Oh, hey, Chris leveled up. And my posture is horrible right now.
Let's do it.
Okay, now I have a much better posture. Oh, you can live to yourself, Lo. Someone just leveled up, so. Just double checking. Yep. So yeah, as I said with my rules before, if someone levels up or if someone dies, then the next time it's Max's turn, I'm gonna have to egress out of battle. Restart it. Now, of course, if my other units can manage to actually beat all of the enemies before Max gets a turn to be able to egress out, then, you know, that's the thing. But a low chance of happening. Hey, on the map, of course, and depending on when the level up or when the level up occurs, the level up or the death. I like how he did more damage to the boss than he did to that guy. Kind of crazy. Arthur takes so much damage right now. Man, I love the music. Apologies if you can hear that in the other room. My dad is talking loudly in the other room. Hans leveled up. Okay, let's see how many they can kill before we actually get to Max's turn again. Which reminds me, I need to buy more healing items. Oh, it's Max's turn again, so he has to egress out. Anyone die? I forget. I don't think anyone did. Oh. Okay, where's the shop? Hey, I caught him in the in-between. Nice. I know healing seeds are ripoff, but do I really want to do that? Oh, I do not. Let's sell some stuff, because you got a wooden arrow. You don't need one. Anything else to sell? No. Yeah, I'm just gonna buy medical items. I'm not gonna buy healing seeds. I'm gonna fill everyone's inventories with medical herbs. So the other reason why I do medical herbs, because it's really fast to get through these menus if I can just hold down A. And this is not me pressing it rapidly, by the way. This is me just holding down A. Okay. Also, Hans, are you actually equipped with that steel arrow? Okay, just double check. Okay. Let's save and get back to it. Hey, my man, I'm here lurking. Welcome, Lemur. Lurkers are workers. Nice to have you here. You gonna be streaming soon or something? Or are you just doing stuff in the background? Okay. Oh, I'll be sure to lurk in that chat as well. My tablet. I'm just playing some Shining Force here on Nostalgia Tuesday. You know, all that jazz, experiencing the game that I love and that I loved as a kid. I still like it now. The attempts look better, by the way. Yep. My computer's running better today. Which is very nice. Even when the temps aren't necessary, I just kind of keep it on. Because, you know, it's kind of become a thing of it. Wait, do you know slow now? Hold on. Slow. You know slow now. That's actually important to know. I forgot that you learned slow. Okay, I need to keep that in mind. So now you actually kind of have a quote-unquote offensive spell. That's neat to know. Is it upright? Yes, it's upright, currently. But this is about normal temperatures for it while gaming and streaming. Yeah, it's very fun. It's very old. It's from back in 1992, 1993. Also, sorry if you hear my parents in the other room. They were talking political stuff right outside my door, which is annoying. Anyway, yeah, I played this game ever since I was little. I've been playing this game over 2 decades now. And it's still very fun. I've experienced okay, cool. I'm glad. I've experienced basically everything there is to experience in this game. And I even have my own ROM hack of this game as well that I've made. So, what you plan on playing today? Some Isaac? Some Little Nightmares? Oh, didn't you beat Little Nightmares? I think you did. Shoutouts to Daddy Lemur, by the way. For those of you who do not know him, he is a Twitch streamer. Go ahead and go give him a follow. Yeah, Isaac. Okay. With Wolfenstein. Cool. Which Wolfenstein? I'm curious. Cool. 2014 New Order. Alright. Oh, once I can get on Discord on my tablet, I'll come check out your thing. My tablet's running really slow right now, is the thing. But yeah, this is very typical. This is not a very demanding game, to be honest. You can pick this up for like $5-10 on Steam. It's actually not bad. In the Sega Mega Drive / Genesis Master Collection, or whatever it's called. I always forget its name. It's the Sega Master Collection, is what you usually call it. There's many games on there, including many classics for the Sega. But this is the one that I enjoy the most. Yeah. Drink some water. I don't have someone to give me a hydrate command. I need to remember to hydrate myself. I'm out of water, so I'll be right back. I'll be right back. grenade at the moment. Perhaps the opposite. Oh, Lord. Oh, this one's maybe time back. Alright, I'm back. Okay. Go ahead and drag this back down. There we go. Alright. And now that I got my tablet loaded, time to lurk and dare stream. All that jazz. Okay. Okay. Also, I am back with a giant glass of water. No one's hurt, thankfully.
I'm just gonna go ahead and go straight to the boss. This is we're just having fun here, guys. Holy moly, the goal.
Alright. Hopefully you cannot hear that in the background. Let me know if you can. I don't think anyone leveled up. I'm just going to assume no one leveled up. Get that red thing on the screen. I don't know if you saw that or not, but I did. I need to get back to actually uploading things on YouTube because I keep forgetting to upload things on YouTube. I'm sorry for anyone out there at home who are unable to watch this on YouTube for a while just because I keep forgetting to upload to YouTube. Ugh. By the way, that spiral will go all the way down. Right, you do have offensive magic. Good to know. Hey, I actually have most of the music in this game memorized. So slow, brand new spell that we have. What do we do? What does it do? And we died. That's unfortunate. But it's also unfortunate. Anyway, so slow, what does it do? Well, it reduces the opponent's defense by 10, as well as reduces their agility by 10. Agility determines how often they get turns. Defense is, well, defense. So, slow is good at reducing the actual ability for the opponent to tank damage, in addition to reducing the amount of turns that they get. So, it's quite useful for against bosses. But really, you can use it against anyone that you want to majorly slow down. But it's mainly useful against bosses. Alright. What up? Reviving our guys. Dude. Reviving more people. Low is also killed. Wow, there's lots of people dead there. You know, as a kid, I always thought that there was like a door here. Because the fact that, oh hey, they have a path that leads right to this door. It's like, oh hey, it looks like there's a door here. There's not. There's no door there. And if you look at where it is on this side, that'd just be walking directly into a wall. It's kind of funny how the path leads that way. It makes you think, oh hey, there's a door there. There's not a door there. Alright. Workers are workers. Okay, so... Yep. Let's hopefully get Arthur leveled up more, because Arthur is currently quite pathetic, but hopefully we can make him stronger over time. My worry is that at some point we're going to get characters that every time they try to get experience, they just die immediately, and that's going to be hard at that point. It's going to be quite difficult. It's already a bit tedious, this challenge, but that's just going to make it even more tedious. Also, is Tao hurt? Tao's not hurt. Okay, I saw a little bit of red and I got concerned, but no, it's just because of the fact that... Is she at Fire 3 now? No, she has Fire 2. Sorry, I keep seeing things. Also, I almost never go up this left way. That reminds me, is there a treasure chest up here? There is! There's a treasure chest up here. I'm gonna go around and grab that treasure chest, because I forgot there is one on this map. Oh, there's poison in May's body. I was not aware of this. Okay, well, next time Lo gets a chance, he can detox it. Hey Lo, go ahead and detox her, please. Alright. You have level 2 magic, right? Yeah, you have level 2 heal. So go ahead and heal May. Morning, Blue! How you doing? I just happened to notice that you there in chat. We're just doing some circus battle. Typically. Things are going good so far. How about for you? How are things going for you, Blue? Sleep well, I hope? Doing okay. Did I see? Yep. Nice, correct. Oh, and Chris leveled up. Okay, well. Got to repeat this battle then. As per my rule sets for myself. But before that, I want to go get the treasure chest up here, because there is... See, all the way up here, there's a treasure chest to go get, and I want to go get that. I've not been keeping track. I have not been keeping track of how many times. If I had to take a guess, it's probably been about 20 times. Yeah. And the reason why is because of a very specific reason. Two, actually. One, people keep leveling up. But also two, this guy right here, which is the first boss fight that you actually come across in the game, and he has Freeze 3, which can do 15 damage to a target guaranteed, and can hit multiple targets. And meaning basically if anyone has 15 or less HP, they just die immediately. They just die. Which, guess what? Anri, one of our main frontliners, because of the fact that they're a mage, they only have 11 HP. Chris, which is one of our recent recruits, only has 11 HP. So these two keep getting one shot, is the problem. This is where it gets good. Yeah, this is where things start to get grindy. Basically, anytime there's a boss fight, it gets grindy. This specific challenge. Keep in mind, by the way, this is a self-imposed challenge. I don't have to be doing this. But, you know, I'm doing a self-imposed challenge on myself. With a very strict rule set. If you are just playing this game normally, this fight's not that hard. All things considered, this fight's not all that hard if you're playing it normally. Don't get me wrong, it's a jump in difficulty, definitely, but it's not like something you can't handle at this point in the game. It'll just catch you off guard if you aren't ready for it. And I'm saying this for your own playthrough, Blue, because you plan on playing this game eventually. Don't get discouraged by the fact that I've had to repeat this battle a lot of times. It's because I'm using a stupid rule set. Do you remember what my rule set currently is, Blue? Yeah. So it's because I'm doing that. If I wasn't, I mean, I'm half tempted just to forego it, just to do this fight, but I'm not going to. Just because I have the rules set for a reason. I want to do an entire playthrough with it. And eventually my units will just get strong enough that they will be able to defeat the boss without getting one shot. And then, yeah, after that it'll be basically smooth sailing until we get to the next boss fight. But yeah, okay, so the thing about the enemy is that I don't know how much spoilers you actually want, Blue. Do you care about spoilers for this game? Because you're going to be experiencing it on your own. So I don't know how much you actually care about spoilers or not. Okay. So, this boss, because this is the first major quote-unquote boss fight you have. And I say boss fight because this is a unique enemy that only shows up in this chapter. And that's my criteria for a boss fight, is if it's a character that only shows up in one chapter. And this is Marionette. Marionette has infinite magic points. Because if it's question mark magic points, it means it's infinite. Not for HP, but for MP specifically. 35 hit points, which is quite a lot. 25 attack, so he can just punch you in the face really hard. And Freeze 3. Which Freeze 3 has a very long range and can hit up to 5 people at once, doing, as I said, guaranteed 15 cold damage. And you have no ability to mitigate that damage at any point in the game before this. So you just kind of have to tank it. On top of that, it has pretty good defenses, and it has regeneration. Meaning that if you don't kill it quickly, it's just going to heal off all the damage that you do. So yeah, it's a really tough enemy. And if you aren't expecting it, it will catch you off guard. It will kill you. Yeah, you have to. It's a DPS check in Shining Force, which is very rare, but yes, it's a DPS check. As well as a tanky check. As well as a tanking check, yeah. And again, as I said, regardless of your defenses, it just does 15 damage. So it's more important just to have enough health to tank it rather than having good stats, because stats don't matter against magic in this game. Keep in mind, my units are way over leveled compared to where they normally would be at this point in the game. Normally, most of your units would probably be level 3 to 5 at this point in the game, whereas most of my units are level 8 to 10. And some of them are still getting one shot. Because you're seeing, even a level 10 character, okay, I only have an HP of 17, and it's going to do 15. So, be prepared to have, as you see here, a large, be prepared to have a large chunk, oh, that one did 16 damage, I'm sorry. Be prepared to have a large chunk of your force just die to this thing by the time you beat it. And that's going to be a thing. This is part of why I do not ever suggest doing Iron Man runs of this game, because this boss will lead to party jumps if you're not careful. Who all is hurt here? You. Yep, regen is quite fun. Though, as I said, Shining Force itself is not that hard. It's just sometimes a little tedious in a normal game. But even then, it's usually not that bad. Normally, you only ever need to repeat a battle, like, maybe. Most battles, you can just do it first try. If not, second try. Even if you're not trying to majorly level up your characters. But some battles require, like, multiple retries, but usually those are boss fights exclusively that require multiple retries. And you'll know when it's boss fight, almost always. Like in this case, for example, because they'll have a unique enemy that is never seen at any other point in the game. And is usually a character with a portrait. However, Marionette is a rare case where Marionette does not have a portrait. And by portrait, by the way, I mean that. The thing in the top left. Where it's just a picture. So yeah. Arthur. And Ken is dead. Dead. Yep. Not big surprise. Yeah, it has a range of 3, which can outrange pretty much everything you have at this point in the game. The Marionette can outrange pretty much everything you have at this point. I really want to get this treasure chest. The only saving grace is that the boss doesn't move. Like, really, the boss never moves. They'll only attack from their spot standing still. And even though they have a moving range and it's quite large, they just don't move. Which, in the default game, I guess is good. So, while they can outrange anybody, they also can't move from their spot. So that's okay. Defense potion, but can't carry it. Anyway, sorry, I got distracted. Hi. Hi. I'm not sure what you're referencing. Pain. You're in pain? Why are you in pain? Is it painful to watch this or something? Defense potion. I mean, okay, I think I might make an exception for my rule set for boss fights. No, I wasn't in pain. No, I'm good. I'm good. Also, yeah, I think I'm going to make an exception in my rule set for boss fights, just because boss fights would be extra grindy if I didn't do that. And I'm tired of repeating the circuit's battle, so I'm going to make an exception for boss fights. We're just going to go kill Marionette, and that's all there is to it. I want to actually progress the story. Thank you. Let's freeze him. I mean, I do have pain in my teeth right now, but that's not why I made that sound effect. Teeth pain is normal for me. True, I am a late game recruit. Yes! Yes, you are, Blue! You're a late game recruit in this game, so I can't really use you to stomp bosses. I will say, by the way, you're one of the strongest people in this game. In terms of a recruit, you are one of the strongest force members that can actually be recruited in the game. And for those of you at home wondering what the heck I'm referring to Blue the Dragon, which is actually a character in this game that can be recruited. It just so happens that we also have a Blue the Dragon in Twitch chat right now. Yes, as dragons should be. Dragons should always be really powerful. Also, you saw I did 4 damage to the Marionette before, and now it's healed off. Also, by the way, did I mention the Marionette takes half damage from all magic attacks? Because screw you, you thought you could cheese itself with magic. Well, it only takes half damage from magic. Even though most things take full damage from magic, guaranteed. It just decides to take half damage because it's a boss. On top of the regen. Oh, what the heck? Mechanics are fun. Okay, Blue Astral Day. Yeah, well, How and that dude are dead. Thankfully, permadeath is not a thing in this game, otherwise I would have just lost most of my force. I think this boss is why permadeath is not a thing in this game, because maybe not this boss necessarily, but bosses in general, because the game likes to bullshit you sometimes, and there's nothing you can do about it. It just kind of throws things at this. It's like, hey, figure out how to beat this thing. That's what I thought. They had it coming. Yep. Or smack him. Because, yeah, I have repeated this fight quite a number of times. I have no idea. Just comments in the comments, whoever wants to keep track of how many times I've actually repeated this fight over and over and over and over again. I think I actually have enough DPS. Go away, bot. That was a bot. Don't worry about that. Marionette attacks and did 10 damage. That's good. The Marionette doing melee attack is good, because while that does a lot of damage, it does far less than their actual magic does. Max, finish them all. They're weak. Nice. We beat Marionette. And we increased in level. Fools! Light will never defeat the darkness! I'm not gonna lie, by the way, that is literally the only line that Marionette has. Other than that, they are completely silent and voiceless. See, that evil woman was going to take me to Runefist to feed me to a dragon. Confirmed, Runefist feeds children to dragons. Thank you, I'm going home now, and I'm never leaving. Yeah, so it seems Runefist has their own pet dragon that they need to feed, but they like feeding innocent children to it. They're evil. Anyway, that was the mayor's son, which is what we're going to go rescue them. Yeah, very, very. Thank you so much, Max. Take my ship. It's all yours now. Okay, we get to take the ship. Yay. No, you don't have anything. Oh, let's talk to Ghost. No, I can wait. Mayor's ship is yours. Alright, we need a boat.
That's right.
I only eat evil people. As it should be. So, oh hey, we're about to get on the boat and go sailing. Why can't I move? This ship will do. This ship will do just fine. Let's go to the shining ports and leave at once. You defeated my pets, but you won't bother me anymore. You're going to burn. Burn, Max, burn. You'll serve as an example to all who dare oppose Roon Fust. Good riddance, insect! Max, run! The shit's going down! I will move as soon as I can, Nova. I can't move yet. Well, there goes our only means of ship travel. We need to be able to travel by ship. A petty bitch. For reference, by the way, in case you don't remember, that woman was the same one that sicked Marionette on us, aka her pet. That boss fight we just did was against her pet, quote unquote. So yeah. Also, she's the same woman who gave us that false prophecy back in the previous town. Mayor, what do I do? What? They burnt your ship? Now we have no single ship in this town. The only other town with ships is Batal, but it's a long way from here. Are you still determined to go? Of course I am. Batal is very remote. It's far to the northeast. Go to Shade Abbey first. Ask my son all the details about the journey. Okay. If I remember correctly, Shade Abbey... Now, here's the thing. Batal is up here. But they tell us to go to Shade Abbey, which is way up here. Why you ever go all the way up to Shade Abbey, I don't know. But this is where they actually tell you to go, but they don't actually require you to go here. And I think the sun they're referring to... Actually, wait, no, sorry. Is this the place you're supposed to go? I know it's the place you were previously. Do you have anything to say, Ochun? Okay. No, evidently, I was incorrect about that. Either way, we don't need to talk to the sun in any capacity. So we can actually just completely ignore that, because the way we need to go is through this gate that was blocked off before, all the way up to this village, right here. Oh, are you a bird person? Help! My name is Amma. Please save Bulbury. Please save Bulburoy. He'll die unless you help. Okay. We seldom get visitors, but you are welcome. There's nothing back here. Never mind me. Can I go past, please? No, evidently I cannot. The gate guard. Sorry. Hey, I can't talk while I'm guarded. Okay. Wait, is that a zombie? Dude. So I can't get access to there anymore. This is creepy. Also, is that a zombie I see up here? Priest? Welcome to Shade Abbey. I'm rather busy now. Please see me later. Okay, priests almost never ignore me. Oh, and she moved now. Enjoy your visit, stranger. Why can I suddenly go back there now? Oh, what does the sign say anyway? Bricked. No admittance. Do not toll the bells without the permission. Who are you? Where am I? What am I doing here? Wait. Why are you following me? I don't believe it's a tarp, Ruffle. Also, welcome, Ruffle. Is there anything down here? I'm so confused. I don't know what's real and what's my imagination. Can I toll the bell? No. Okay, I'm evidently... Well, I am allowed back there because I can just go back, but okay. So everyone's being weird and creepy. Who are you? Huh? Huh? Am I alive or dead? Where am I? Yeah, this smells of a trap. I need to get out of here. It's too creepy for me. Chapel. Well, let's go in the chapel, I guess. Wait, what? Okay, yeah, they're locking us in here. Yep, it is indeed a trap. You can't leave. Because they stand right there and block you. Run! Run! It's a trap! You get ambushed by zombies. No, this is not my first playthrough, Ruffle. I'm just acting it up because, yeah. I'm just acting it up. Basically, I already knew it was a trap. I just wanted to go through the whole thing. No, I'm playing this on Nostalgia Tuesday, and it's a game I've played for over 2 decades now. So, no, I already knew it was a trap, but I didn't want to just, like, breeze through it. I want to actually soak in the atmosphere and look at all the stuff. Anyway, this is a day when I go in the past, when I play games that are nostalgic to me from the past. So yeah, I was just acting dumb. Anyway. Been praying, and well might you. You and your pitiful shining force cannot be saved by prayers. You won't escape. How fitting that you perish in a former chapel of light. I leave you now in the care of my minions, who know well what to do with you. Undead, dispose of these pests once and for all. So yeah, and guess what? We didn't actually get to heal our people because I forgot to heal our people. So, next time I get to a priest, I'll go ahead and... Thank you. I am glad you appreciate my acting. I forgot to go heal my people, so I'm going to go do that when I get back. Yeah. So, if you don't know, Raffle, my rule set, I amended it for, I basically put in an exception for boss battles. So you can actually leave if you egress out. You got this, Max. You can solo all this. No, I'm gonna heal all my people. I'm not gonna have him solo things. I mean, he probably could, but my point is, I'm not gonna have him do that. I want to bring back all my guys. I forgot to. No, don't make a record. Also, I'm going to quick save. Alright, let's head back to there. So, something kind of funny happens if you head back after egressing out. You know, it's, oh hey, all this stuff is back. All these people are back. Yeah, they just pretend that you didn't do that, and they ambush you again. It's just kind of funny. However, you don't get the Dark Soul cutscene again, so, you know, there's at least that. But yeah, we're surrounded by zombies, skeletons, and a ghoul, which is something we have not fought yet. It's just a stronger zombie is all it is. It's just a normal zombie, but a bit stronger. So, and we'll see more ghouls later on in the game. It's not a boss fight. The normal rules apply. Yeah, Blue, this game does... It's like, it traps you in here, except not really. It's the way that I like to put it. Also, if I remember correctly, are zombies susceptible to fire in this game? No, well, they take normal damage to fire, okay. Also, this is a perfect opportunity for the fact that Lo just got a brand new spell called Slow. Ah, spell didn't work. Darn. Yeah. I attribute my ability to act to the fact that I do DM work as a dungeon master in D&D, so I'm used to having to play as other characters. So I kind of had to get good at being other characters besides myself, which is why, you know, why I am good at all at acting. Because I'm not a very talented person, but, you know, 10 years of being a dungeon master kind of gives you the ability to play other people besides yourself. So I just pretended I was someone that was playing the game for the first time and was just exploring everything. Is there any way you can get 2 hits? No, going now. Okay. freeze the zombie then. It's also the reason why I go ahead and voice game, just because whenever it's a game without voice acting, I just voice it just because, you know, why not? And it gives me practice doing different voices. Jeez. Which will help me in the campaign as well. Though this game does, while it doesn't have voice acting, it does have Undertale style speech where each character does make their own distinct noises. So you can usually use those distinct noises to kind of gauge what the voice should be. Which really does help. Also, yeah, the ghoul does a lot of it. Sure, you're doing a surprising number of damage to Max. I think they're about to kill Max. Yep, they just killed Max. So, Raffle, that's what happens when Max tries to solo. I didn't actually expect that. That was silly. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Also, I believe we have not heard this music. Or wait, we have, because we saw it on when we came back. For reference, the previous time this specific piece of music was used was when we came back from our first fight, back to Guardiana, and saw the devastation of Guardiana that had happened at the hands of Roon. Alright, this fight is actually relatively hard compared to most fights, especially if you didn't heal up the first time, but it's not that difficult, and we get some very powerful units afterwards. Because we actually get our first flyers in our party after this fight. Once we rescue Balbaro, we can recruit him in our party, and once we recruit Balbaro, we can also recruit Almon in our party, and we'll have 2 bird people on our side, which is really cool, because that'll be our first access to flying units, which, you know, flying units are very fun. They're squishy, but they're fun. But I have to spell them. Boo. Yep. They can fly over basically any terrain that is not a sheer wall, and even many things that are in fact sheer walls, but the game just lets them fly over it anyway, because the game is arbitrary sometimes. The game is not always consistent with what you can fly over and what you can't, but you can fly over almost anything in the game, pretty much. So, like, for example, all of these benches, all of these walls, you'd be able to fly over if you could fly. In Shining Force. Despite the fact that we're supposed to be inside a building, you can fly over the walls. Tell me how that works, where you can fly outside the building over the walls, even though there's supposed to be a roof in your way, without actually punching a hole in things. The game just kind of doesn't logic sometimes. but it's fun. Little details like those can mostly be ignored. There's a window to go through. Don't question it. That's the better answer, is that don't question it. Alright. And yeah, as you see, because of how leveled up we are, most enemies are just doing like 1 damage. It's just the actual skeletons that can do damage, as well as the ghoul himself that can do damage. Skeletons are no joke, by the way, because they actually have an attack stat 21, which for reference, the mannequin had an attack stat of 25. So they nearly do as much damage as the actual boss that we previously fought in. And this guy as well, he also has 23 attack. So their physical attacks are actually no joke. It's just... Alright, bonus damage. Do. I wish this game didn't loop. I wish this game didn't constantly reset the music. That's why I like in later Fire Emblem games when they figured out that that was an issue, that they just kind of stopped doing that and they just had to where it would just continue on for where it left off. But this is an old Genesis game, and they didn't have technology to do that. I have no ability to get over to Ken, so I think Ken is about to die. And I'm sure that will make Barbie angry. Sorry, I had to. Hans. You have the ability to heal Ken? Yes, you do. Indeed. They got better over the years. Plays God-shattering star. Yes. Dude. Wait. Is there a place we can hit 2 people at once? Not that is already... Everywhere is already taken up by someone else, so... No. Freeze the skeleton. At least the skeletons don't have regeneration, like the bugs did. Excuse me, I just burped. Is there anyone that needs major healing? No. Hello. Cast slow on zombie, please. The spell doesn't work. Why do you keep not working? It has kind of a low chance of working. But I'm like, what else are you gonna do on your turn? 1 damage? Okay. Luke's just kind of standing there. He doesn't have anything he can do. The only real issue with this fight is just it's log, because there's not much room to move, so yeah. Behind him. Oh god, you doubled. Why did you have to double? They might be able to kill Ken now, and that would be bad, because then I'd have to repeat the fight. Because I amended my rules for the boss fight, but this is not a boss fight, so I cannot amend my rules here. I know they're self-imposed rules, but I'm imposing them to actually make the playthrough longer than, 2 streams. Alright, take your time, Blue, and Arthur died. So I'm gonna have to repeat the fight anyway, so you're not gonna miss much. Right. go ahead and do the battle until there's only one enemy left, and then after that, I will egress out. Finally, you can actually, you know, blast multiple people with your Blaze too. Yep, the Ghoul is just a color-swapped zombie with higher stats. Because this is back in the day when palette-swapping characters was a common practice. Make better ones. I mean, we looked at the Mortal Kombat franchise, for example. Palette swapping characters was a very common thing back in these days. Especially when just palette swapping an enemy to make a stronger version of said enemy. There's multiple cases in this game where there's just enemies that are palette swapped versions of pre-existing enemies that are just now stronger. Gort! Gort leveled up. Hey, that's cool. Alright. For those of you watching this on YouTube, I hope you enjoyed. If you want to watch me do this live on Twitch, you can come by my Twitch. Bugboy1014 on Twitch. There will be a link to that in the YouTube description. If you're watching this on Twitch and you want to watch this on YouTube later for some reason, or you want to see my past live streams, you can go to my YouTube channel, Bugboy1014 on YouTube, where I upload all of my live streams to YouTube. However, I've been a bit bad about doing that lately, so sorry. I will try to be better about that. Tau got Blaze 3. Thank goodness. This Blaze 3 is way stronger than everything else we got currently. There we go. Max, can you get a turn, please? Before these guys just kill this enemy. No? Okay, I guess Max is not getting a turn, so I guess we're completing this fight then, because Max didn't get a turn before they got a chance to just kill the final enemy. Oh, wow, the final enemy's not actually dead yet. Who's hurt? Not you. Not you. You are you? Heal. Cause yeah, here's the thing. I basically go until there's the last enemy. And then, if Max gets a turn before they can manage to actually kill that final enemy, then I egress out. Otherwise, we just kill the enemy. And we did. I am Balboy. I was turned to stone by Darksoul. When he took the bodies, I am Balboy. it was turned to stone by Darksoul when he took the bodies of the dead. Balboroy joins the Shining Force. I will join you to fight Darksoul's evil. Thank you. Thank you for saving Balboroy. Let me go with you, and I too can fight evil. Almond joins the Shining Force. To reach Urin Batal, you must go through Bastoke. We will guide you there. I will join your friends. Max and the Shining Force head towards Bastoke. What awaits them there? I will go ahead and grab some water, and I will be back. I returned. Welcome back, Blue. No, I was not waiting for you. I just happened to come back at the same time as you. Alright, well, from what you missed, we completed the fight. I didn't mean to, but as per my rules, we have to egress. Basically, okay. When someone levels up or someone dies, we go until there's one enemy left, and then we egress out when it's Max's turn again. But my other units, if they actually manage to beat the final enemy before Max gets a turn, then we just win the fight. So that happened here, where they just beat the final enemy before Max even got a turn to be able to egress out. So, we conclude that fight, rescued Balboroy. Balboroy was very thankful and joined the Shining Force. We talked to Almond. Almond was very thankful, joined the Shining Force, and told us the way to Balbazook. Sorry, told us the way to Balbarock, or whatever the name of the town is. I forget now, Pen. I think it's Balbazook. Anyway. Oh, Bestoke. That's it. It's Bestoke. Max and the Shining Force head towards Bestoke. What awaits them there? The legacy of the ancients is still a mystery. Will they ever solve it? Chapter 2 concluded. And now we get to my favorite chapter in the game, which is Chapter 3. Would you like to record your exploits? Chapter 3, The Secret Weapon of Runefist. This is my favorite chapter in the entire game. And I think a lot of people can agree. Because there's so many cool things that happen here. The Shining Force arrived in Bestoke, a town built into a mountainside. First off, this location is really cool aesthetic looking. Second off, if we hop in here... Hello, welcome to our weapon shop. How can we help you? What would you like? We can buy upgraded gear. We just have power spears, middle axes, power staves, and steel arrows available. So we can pretty much upgrade everyone's gear except for Max himself right now, which is really cool. Let's go ahead and start doing this. Actually, before that, let me sell some people's old gear that they don't need anymore. So we'll sell the bronze lance and the spear, because we don't need either of those anymore. Because now the power spear is just stronger than both of them, and it has up to 2 range. And now we no longer have to worry about switching out between the two. We can sell Gort and Luke's middle swords, because guess what? Now they can equip axes. And I believe all the mages already have power staves, and our archer currently has a arrow. So that's not bad. Anything else? Yes. I'd like to... Is there any deals? No. I'd like to buy some axes. Middle axe. This is when money starts actually mattering in the game, because this is when you start actually getting expensive things you have to buy, aka these weapons. Thankfully, we have tons of cash because of how many times we had to repeat fights, but if you haven't been repeating fights a ton of times, you might not have money to equip everyone at once with all of the best gear. But yeah, because of just upgrading the gear, this is a big power bump. Also, this chapter or the next chapter are usually the first chapters where you get a unit up to level 10 and can be able to promote them. I advise waiting until you get a unit to level 20 before you promote them, but you don't have to. Anyway. 26. And yeah, the menuing is a little tedious, but hey, you know, it's a really old game, what do you expect? You know, this is very much a precursor. This is way before, well, I guess it's not way before Fire Emblem came out, but it's, way before any US release of Fire Emblem came out. Anything else I want to buy? No, I can't think of anything. Is Max's ring currently damaged? I forget. Nope, it's not. Okay. Do you have anything new? I don't think you do. Oh, you have the same thing everyone else does. Okay. get that red border off the screen. I know you can't see that, but I can see it, and it's annoying just to see a red border on OBS. Anyway, there's lots of stuff going on, and there's also a very missable character here. If we go down here, there is... We want to inspect some stuff. Nothing unusual. Nothing unusual. Okay. There's nothing to inspect quite yet, but keep note of this location. It will be important later. This will be a secret weapon for later. What do you want, kid? I miss my daddy. When he's coming back? I don't know. I'll investigate. What's down here? My husband was taken away in the middle of our building of our house. It's only half done. Half done? There's barely a bed and a dresser. But yeah, these people carved houses out of mountains, which is really cool to me. Also, there's this area, but we can't go here yet because... Don't go this way. You'll be forced to work in the quarry with everyone else. Yeah, half done. I am a master alchemist. I can make anything. Can I help you? First, you must help me. To cure Xylo, I need... To cure Xylo, I need to make lunar dew. But to do that, I need moonstone. You must go to the quarry and find moonstone, and bring it back to me. So, we need to talk to him, because that way we can go to the quarry. And we can see why everyone's forced to work in the quarry. However, before we do that, also, how big is our party looking? Oh, there's actually someone dead, I didn't realize. While we're here, let's see what advice Nova has for us. What advice do you have in the next battle, buddy? Well, Max, are you ready to face the enemy? Please give me some advice. Use your flying friends well. Also, monks and priests gain experience by healing. Anything else? No. If that is all, then go now, for the hordes of RuneSmiths are still on the attack. So yeah, they basically directly tell you, hey, you have flying people now, use them. Fish is advisor. Yes, he is a fish advisor. Talk to my mother first. I have been waiting for warriors of the Shining Force. Are you one of them? Yes. Great, you must help us. The RuneSmith army took our men to dig in the quarry. They're looking for a weapon of the ancients, a laser eye. Diane can lead you there. If Xylo were sane, he could surely help you. If you're going to the quarry to rescue the men, you can count me in. Joins the Shining Force. I'll be at headquarters. If Xylo were sane, he could surely help you. Xylo? Who's Xylo? Let's go talk to Xylo. Is he in here? I know who Xylo is, by the way. No, this dude climbing the mountain. Again, I'm not going to talk to every single NPC. You guys can talk to them on your own if you want to hear all their stories. I have most of it memorized. Xylo's down here. Xylo is inside, but he's been driven mad. Only Lunar Dew can save him. Look in that direction. I think it's unusual. Yeah, we can't talk to him yet. We have to get Lunar Dew, and once we do, we can cure his sanity, we can cure his insanity, and actually recruit him as a member of the Shining Force. And if you don't know who Xylo is a freaking werewolf. We can recruit a werewolf into the party. Which is awesome, because he's one of the strongest members of the Force, despite the fact that he can't use weapons. Yes, this game is amazing. Indeed. We can recruit a freaking feral werewolf into the party. By curing him of his feralness. Woman, can you get out of the door, please? I said get out of the door, please. I can't leave with you standing there. Thank you. Random pathing sometimes just likes to troll you. Anyway. Now this woman will get out of her way, so we can go here. And boyfriend. Master, you have found it. The laser eye, at last! This is the end of that cursed shining horse. Get rid of those men from Bestow. They are no further use to us. Alert! Intruders! What? The shining horse? Stop them! We must have time to remove the laser eye! Oh, I just realized. Diane is not in here, so we actually need to leave. I want there to be more games like this. Mythical creatures are just part of your team. Yeah, I agree. Part of why I love D&D. It's because you can do things like that. So yeah, Power Spear has a range of 2 and more power than the Bronze Lance. Also, we have to enact the one rule in our thing that we have not had to enact yet, which is that we need to get rid of whoever the strongest member of our team is and add Diane into the team. But I need to get a Max to actually have a turn to be able to do that. Like a dragon being a main character and not just a powerful side character. Isn't there plenty of games that have a dragon as the main character, though? They just usually aren't games like this. I'm actually now trying to think of games with dragons as the main character. Oh, Spyro. That's a good example. Spyro is a character with dragons main character. Granted, there's not that many humans in Spyro. You really want to retreat? Yes, I want to retreat. Because Nova, I have someone I need to swap into my team. Not there. That's not where I want to go. Where is Nova again? Is it right here? Yeah, it's right here. Spyro is just a mythical creature and a platformer. Yep. Right. Oh, we have 3 people to swap in, actually, now that I think about it. That's right, we have the flyers, too. Okay, so who's highest level? That would be Tao. You get swapped out. Who's highest level? Ken, you get swapped out. Who's highest level? I'll do Low. Low gets swapped out. Okay. So yeah. Now all of these people are in here, and if we look in the back, these people are all hanging out in the back area. And so yeah, as your Shining Force grows, more people will just be hanging out in the back there. And if you're wondering what they're doing, imagine what any adventurer is doing in their downtime in a tavern. Because that's basically a tavern back there. So they're just spending a lot of time playing cards, doing games, getting drunk, having fun, all that jazz. No, I'm not kidding by that. Because this game is amazing. For all of its flaws, it's amazing. One thing, okay, because it's not just the fact that you can, like, recruit centaurs and werewolves and bird people and all that jazz, just as things. It's the fact that it's so casual and normal. No one brings up these as, like, strange creatures or anything. They're just entirely normal to everyone involved in it. You know, that's the main thing that, is really interesting to me, is the fact that treated as completely normal. Alright, I'm approaching your location to talk about things. Oh, and true.
Hi.
So yeah, you do have a point with the fact that, yes, it's so casual, they just join your party because they're just a standard part of the world and nothing entirely too special.
Yep.
Again, I have found the quote-unquote list of games that allow you to play as a dragon. Number 7 on the list was Divinity 2 Developer's Cut. So it follows like the Divinity stuff. So that one is split into 2 sides. There's your it says early on in the plot, your protagonist learns how to become a Dragon Knight. From that point on, Divinity 2's gameplay is divided into 2 layers. In human form, you deal with small-scale enemies on the ground and disabling barriers blocking your dragon's passage. As a dragon, you use your fire, breath, and powerful spells to destroy buildings and harass the enemy's air force. Sometimes you even need to mix both. It was released in 2009.
Cool.
Number 6 is Divinity Dragon Commander. This is the second dragon-themed game in Laren's portfolio, and is unlike anything they've ever done. It's best described as a grand strategy game, and the player controls a bastard heir of an empire which has just lost its emperor.
Right.
So, going to more description, it says, Dragon's Commander's gameplay split into 3 parts. The first is the Prince's Airship, where the protagonists can discuss policies with other nations, ambassadors, pick research topics, and engage in conversations with NPCs. The second is the strategic map of the Empire showing army movement, each faction, and lets you start battles. And then there's the battle themselves, as the troops move to take over structures and eliminate enemies. The protagonist can join the battle as a dragon equipped with a jetpack.
Awesome.
And attack enemies with breath weapons or spells. They can also aid their own troops. Yeah, so let's play feel really proud for the help their units as a giant legendary beast. I like that as well.
Yes,
and then
I
you
do.
have Spyro.
And then
Spyro in the Skylander series.
It's Spyro is Spyro. There's nothing else to say about Spyro. I think everyone at home knows who Spyro is.
If you don't,
You clearly never played a PlayStation or grew up in the 90s.
yeah. Number 4 is Ark Survival Evolved. While the previous 3 entries in the list gave control over a dragon directly, the player's Ark takes a different approach. While you're playing as a human, there are several ways to get a dragon. Okay. The first is summoning one that serves as a boss level enemy in the base game, although obeys the player's command only for a short while.
I'm sorry. That just... You think of the meme of, can I spare you a dragon in these trying times? Sorry, go on.
Let's see, the second approach comes with the Scorched Earth expansion. Involves wyverns native to that zone. Craftsman can try to conceal a wyvern egg hatchet, which makes the hatching loyal to them. This method also applies to a rock drake from the Extinction DLC. Although thanks to elemental breath and active flight, as opposed to gliding, wyverns tend to be more fun. And then, number 3 is the Elder Scrolls 5, Skyrim.
Yeah, you do get to play as a dragon born there, and you get to turn into a full dragon at some point. Or rather not, but you get a draconic form, quote unquote, as a dragon.
Yeah, it says... Let's see, it says Skyrim is a certain sense double flipping plus playing / controlling a dragon. On a literal level, the Dragonborn expansion introduces a special shout, Bend Will, which allows the protagonist to ride dragons to a limited degree. Alright, a dragon will obey your orders and will, example, engage in combat with an enemy's shoes. You have direct control over its movement and attacks, but you can support your mount with shouts and magic spells. The second more abstract... Alright. The second more abstract option is related to the mythology of the setting. The lore a dragonborn such as player is essentially a draconic soul and blood awakening in a mortal body. In that sense, we are actually playing a humanoid dragon.
Yes.
The player chooses... Ooh.
Sorry, I'll stop interrupting. I'm just confirming.
No, you're fine. If the player chooses an Argonian at character creation, they play as a draconic soul and blood in an anthropomorphic reptile's body.
Okay, that barely matters, but okay.
It's just, character creation.
Yeah, it's just like, oh hey, you're also a lizard now. I don't usually associate dragons with lizards, but sure.
Then we have the Eye of the Dragon. Literally the letter I, not the word I. like
Yep.
an eyeball. Having been released in 2004, this game is definitely getting long in the tooth. However, if you can handle the outdated graphics and the rather insubstantial plot, it's a pretty cool dragon simulator. Probably the best one bet. You get to pick 3 different dragons, Anos, Barroth, or Morog. Each has a specialization respectively, stuff. Wow, overall defense, diverse magic, or necromancy, and acidic breath. Each dragon plays a little bit different, but certain general gameplay elements are shared. All dragons need to hunt and devour smaller creatures to sate their hunger, for example. They also have breath weapons, and so... Perhaps a cool aspect of the game is the dragon's appearance gradually changes with experience. Horns and spikes grow. A high-level dragon looks different from a freshly hatched one. And it doesn't put a loss on it, and that is also an RPG. Oh. And,
That reminds me.
well,
That reminded me
going?
of something I wanted to ask you, actually, recently, but I've been forgetting to ask you. Did you want to
Alright.
continue, or... Because this would kind of switch the subject a little bit.
I'm on the last one.
Okay.
We'll finish this up. Then we have number 1, Neverwinter, which is a free-to-play MMO RPG. Huh.
I wonder if it's advertised, if it's sponsored, I meant to say.
No, it's not sponsored like, the award-winning Final Fantasy XIV MMO.
Yep. Or like, Raid Shadow... Muted.
Raid Shadow Legends I heard was, like, terrible from a... It's fine.
No.
The game allows the players to play as the standard fantasy people such as humans, elves, or halfling.
If you want to actually play a fun gacha, go play Genshin Impact. Don't play Raid.
Okay. I've heard Genshin Impact. Yeah, so there's also a less well-known species available character race called the Dragonborn. No, not that one. So, yeah. Yes, those are the few games you get to play as dragons.
Okay, and I assume they're restricting it to video games, right?
Yes.
Because I know there's a multitude of board games where you can actually play as a dragon. And that's including Dungeons and Dragons itself, by the way, because technically, a player character can pilot a dragon.
Very true. Dude, there's even, dragon rules. There's even a dragon character creation if you do it right.
Right, which reminds me, I was actually going to ask you about this, because I'm curious. Would you like to be a specific lore dragon in my campaign? That is not going to show up soon, but will show up later.
You say lore dragon. Are you referring to Hunary or myself?
Yourself. This should be completely separate from Hunary.
Alright, that's fine. The thing is, let's see, in lore, I've been actually thinking about that, every now and then. I'm not one of the dragons, the standard dragons in the books I've read don't technically fit, and we would have to homebrew it.
Well, yeah, I figured there would be some custom ancient wyvern, some custom ancient dragon based off of a base template of what an ancient dragon is, and we just kind of picked a color that fits best.
Yeah.
But I figured you'd be some mythical dragon in my campaign, because I'm making up the lore for my own world, so I can kind of write in whatever lore required and fit you in the plot.
Yes. I'll just say, Blue is a very special case. I really need to figure out what his parents were.
Okay, I'm going
Go
to
on.
say it doesn't have to be Blue specifically. I'm just giving you the offer of, do you want to play as a dragon NPC in my campaign? In addition to Hunary, if that dragon NPC ever ends up showing up. It doesn't have to be Blue specifically showing up in the campaign.
Alright, that's fair. I think I can get along with that.
Okay. Are you interested in it, is the question.
I am interested.
Okay. What were you going to say?
I was gonna say, like, yes, I do need to steer away from Blue all the time, and, like, stop wanting to use him.
I mean, to be fair, we could use Blue, but also to be fair, compared to D&D, he's, like, way more powerful than most people.
Yes, he is. I've been thinking, like, wait a second, he'd be like, let's see, a level 20 druid? And that's just broken from the start. It's like, yeah, no.
It really more if we actually talk about power scaling, because I mean, okay, give me some examples of what blue in lore has done, in like your lore.
He is able to travel to different realms and travel through time.
Okay, so he can cast planar travel at will, got it. So he's
Got it.
basically a planeswalker from Magic the Gathering, got it.
Some of his magical abilities, as I have created, was, he can basically, in an RPG sense, he's a jack of all trades, but still strong.
So he has expertise in every single ability, got it.
And, I may have made him faster than light at one point.
Okay,
Which is
well,
broken. I'm sorry.
why are you sorry?
I have no clue. It's fine. This is when I was young and went crazy.
Okay, well, let's put it this way then. What would you scale him to now? Because from everything you've described about Blue, I would more say he's more like a deity in the campaign rather than an actual character.
Sure. I do see him as like a demigod.
Yeah, and if we compare that to like what demigods can typically do in D&D, then that wouldn't be that bad.
Okay, I didn't know this.
Which, for reference, Tiamat is also a demigod.
True.
So you'd basically be, let's say, roughly equivalent in power to Tiamat, but less powerful than Bahamut.
Something like that, if we're power scaling it right.
Because power... I don't know if I ever mentioned this, but power scaling is a hobby for me. So I've actually been doing it for quite a long time.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to go full in depth on everything I have thought about Blue, but that's not today's topic. Today's topic is unique dragon that might show up at some point.
Well, we're just kind of chatting as two friends
True.
while I'm playing Shining Force in the background. So it doesn't need to have a set topic. But yeah, I was just basically giving the offer of like, oh hey, do you want to show up as like a named character, unique, like ancient blue wyvern or something? Or it doesn't even have to be a blue wyvern, just ancient blue dragon or like ancient silver dragon or whatever. An ancient dragon of some kind in the campaign.
That's
Because I
let's
was
see.
coming up with the lore and I was trying to figure out lore specific NPCs, and I'm like, I'm probably gonna have to make a super dragon at some point, and I figured, hey, Blue likes playing as dragons, and we were just talking about this, and I'm like, this could be an opportunity for him to be said super dragon.
Unique dragon base I like to go off of. I would like to go off of is an astral dragon.
What about going off the stat block of Niv Mizzet? Remember when I pointed out Niv Mizzet?
Oh, you're right. There's Mivit. Did you send those in DMs?
You can find them on AnyFlip. This, remember the AnyFlip link I sent?
Oh, yes, any flip. Let me go find that.
You can find the book. It's one of the Magic the Gathering books. I believe it's The Guide to Ravnica is the specific book that he's in. Yeah, I believe it's Guide to Ravnica. You can find him as in there. He's so strong that he breaks the border of his own stat block with one of his claws in his picture. He can literally break the fourth wall casually.
Right, let's see. Where is it again?
He is directly referred to players of Magic the Gathering as guiding spirits. So he is aware that there are players playing a game known as Magic the Gathering, in addition to him in his own world. That's how much awareness this dude has. It's crazy.
What did you say the book was again?
What?
What was the book for? What was the book he was in again?
Guide to Ravnica. I know it has something else in front of that, but it's like something Guide to Ravnica.
Found it.
It should have a picture of like a black woman with like an electro gauntlet on the front of it.
I see. Yep. Guildmaster Guides to Ravnica.
There we go. Guildmaster. That's what it was.
Nizmivit. Where's Nizmivit?
Nizmivit.
Adventure.
Not Nizmivit. Miv. God, now you got my tongue tied. Niv Mizzet Perun is the full name.
Niv.
And I will type it out into the chat. There, typed it on the Twitch.
Niv. You see,
I want to say it's on page like 200 or something, but that's just a guess.
I will go page 200 then.
Yeah, it just starts flipping through there. With he's a giant dragon. He takes up most of the screen. You'll recognize him when you see him, and he looks like a boss.
I've seen. Oh, that one. Yeah. Niv Mizzet. I see.
Yeah, the dude's crazy. Because you were even like, this is, if I remember correctly, you even said something like, that's a crazy strong dragon or something like that, when I showed out what he can do. Go ahead and read out for the chat and for the stream, what are some of the notable things that he can do?
Let's see. He has Locust of the Fire Mind. He can maintain concentration on 2 different spells at the same time. In addition, he has advantage on saving throws to maintain concentration on spells.
Indeed. Just automatically.
He also has advantage on saving throws against spells and other magical effects.
Yep. On top of his legendary resistances.
Indeed, his legendary resistance, if he fails a saving throw, he can choose to succeed it.
Yeah, but that's something that all legendary monsters have, so that's not specific for him.
True. And then we have, Master Chemistry. When he casts a spell that deals damage, he can change the spell to whatever type he wants. Well, not any type. He can change to cold, fire, force, lightning, or thunder.
Yep, he can just freely change the damage types of spells because he's Niv Mizzet. He's just that strong. He's just that much of a master of magic.
Also, he is a 20th level spellcaster. His casting ability is intelligent, and he has a spell save DC of 26, plus 18 to hit with spell attacks.
Yep.
And has a bunch of spells prepared.
Uh-huh.
Including everyone's favorite, Prismatic Wall.
Indeed. Which we've discussed how silly Prismatic Wall is.
His damage, bite is nothing, claw is nothing, tail is nothing, his fire breath. It's an average of 91 fire damage. Or 26 d6s.
Yep.
On a field save.
And doesn't it do more than just that?
No, as much as it says exhales a fire in a 90-foot cone, each creature in the area must make a DC 25 dexterity saving throw, taking 91 fire damage on a failed save, or half as much on a successful one.
You forgot to mention it's a 90-foot cone.
Oh, right. The big thing of, hey, it's a large cone.
It's a very, very large cone. Also, to talk about Shining Force for a hot minute, this is the first battle to actually feature enemy healers in it.
Oh,
So this is the first battle that actually shows that, hey, enemies actually care about healing their own troops. And these will be a mainstay in all battles going forward, that yes, it's always going to usually be at least 1 or 2 healers in the enemy force. Before that, only you had healers. Oh god, the skeleton got crit in one shot among. Anyway, sorry, go on. You can continue with Nimbus. So, sorry, I'll let you continue.
Well, let's see. There we go. Yeah. Another one of his legendary actions. Yeah, he can just cast. Besides casting cantrips and a tail attack, his wing attack. Yeah, each creature within 15 feet, within 15 feet of him must succeed on a DC 25 Dex saving throw, or take 14 bludgeoning damage and be knocked prone.
Yep.
Also, he can just regain a spell slot of 3rd level or lower as a legendary action.
Yep. And his legendary actions refresh on his turn. Because that's how legendary actions work. So he can just keep regaining spell slots basically as much as he wants to, as long as they're 3rd level or lower.
Yep.
Because he's Niv Mizzet and he just kind of does that. So, yeah, how interested are you in being a reflavored Niv Mizzet in my campaign?
Reflavored Niv Mizzet. That's who would want to pass up that opportunity is the better question.
Right. That's a better way to put it, yes.
Alright.
Yeah, so how does all of that sound compared to what you thought Blue would be in terms of D&D?
I'd say something similar. That's for sure. Probably definitely around that. If I'm looking at the CR rating level, yes. I'm looking at his damage. I think we'll just go for the base for that, and then adjust from there.
Yeah, we could just use that as the base, and then just make your character from there.
Let's see. I'm not gonna change hit points. I'm not changing that armor class. I'm not changing that speed.
Yeah, that's all fine. We're not changing the Fire Mind ability, because that just fits. By the way, I wanted to talk about how Fire Mind works in my campaign, because you can already concentrate on more than one spell, so do you want to know how it works?
How is it gonna work?
Instead of letting you concentrate on more than one spell, what it allows you to do is you take half the amount of concentration checks you would normally take. Whenever you take concentration checks. Rounding up. So, for example, let's say you have to make, if you're concentrating on 2 spells, but you get hit, you only need to take 1 concentration check. If you're concentrating on 4 spells, and you get hit, you only need to make 2 checks. And it
Actually gonna jump.
And yeah, it scales up from there. So, yeah, you just take half as many. If you're concentrating on 8 spells, you only need to make 4 checks.
Take half as many checks on concentration.
Oh, I forgot to revive people. Whoops, I need to leave this battle pretty quickly. I forgot to revive people. That's my bad.
I say I might change the name a bit if we would change things about him, but
Well, yeah, we're going to
not
change the
changing
name, and we're going to change the lore backstory because we don't want it to actually just be Niv Mizzet.
Nah, I agree.
Yeah, which is why I was thinking, based off of everything you described, couldn't we just make that couldn't we just reflavor it to be like a version of your character? It doesn't have to be, but we could. Because it sounds pretty reasonably comparable.
Reasonably incomparable indeed. Because I have been thinking about alternate timelines, because alternate timelines means fun shenanigans.
Yeah, and this could be an alternate timeline Blue. And, okay, You want to know when this character would probably show up in the campaign, if I had to guess.
When would you think it would show up?
This is no guarantee because I don't know what sort of shenanigans the players are going to pull in the sessions. But I have a theory that basically right now I'm placing him, if they ever go to find the Multiversal Workshop. Have I told you about the Multiversal Workshop yet?
Isn't that where your character is?
Yes. Basically, this blue would be hanging out with my character in the workshop at the time when they visit there. Because basically the only reason why you would be the party would be in the Multiversal Workshop is either one, things so hit the fan that they need help from a really high up place, or two, they got summoned there directly for some reason, or three, they somehow find a way in there to try and go buy good magic items that are only available there. Because if you don't know, the one thing that I say about my campaign is that all magic items, their designs originally came from the Multiversal Workshop. And that whenever a new magic item is created, whenever a new magic item design is invented, it originates from the workshop. The workshop is where new magic items are made. New magic items are invented, I should say. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense.
That is the canon in the multiverse of the worlds that I run in D&D. Which means that almost all of the artifacts in the actual campaign, unless they're on a world, they're in that workshop. And when a world gets destroyed, he sends some of his agents out to go collect all of the legendary items and artifacts that were left over from that destroyed world and just bring them in, dust them off, prepare them, and put them in his collection again. So you'll find some one-of-a-kind, like, sacred swords or whatever from a completely different campaign there. Sometimes. You know that, like, one-time used Super MacGuffin sword that appeared in one campaign then disappeared? Yeah, it probably disappeared and went to the workshops where it went. It's just kind of sitting there on a shelf now. But who knows what kind of magic items he has.
that kind of reminds me of, Gilmore's Glorious Goods.
Yeah. I don't know what you're referencing, but that does sound kind of like this.
It's a, shop in, Critical Role.
Ah, okay.
Where there's a lot of stuff, including, fan service books.
Fan service books. Oh, that's fun. But yeah, if you don't know, my character is effectively a... I'm trying to remember. I believe they're technically a level 60 character at this point. Yeah, level 60 character. Yeah. They're kind of as close as a mortal can get to a demigod without actually just becoming a demigod. In terms of just raw ability and authority. And they've been offered it multiple times, and the reason why they turn it down is because, and I quote, "I don't want all those strings attached to me, you know?"
Blue would agree with that.
That is their voice, by the way. And yeah, I think that's also the reason why your character would be interested in it, because they have very... Well, we get along well, so I figure, hey, our self-inserts would get along well, too. Those of you at home who do not know, I was talking about the self-insert character that I put in my campaigns.
I mean, every DM has a self-insert at some point.
Yep.
The question is where they are and what role they play.
Yep, in my case, it's the answer to where do magic items come from. And that's part of the reason why he's such a high-level artificer. give you an idea, by the way, he originally started as a 20th level artificer. He's a 20th level artificer, bard, and fighter. I believe is the third one. Yeah, fighter.
I'm trying to. I was trying to think, like, if I had levels in a class, what kind of classes would my character be? But you know, if we're reflavoring Niv Mizzet, that's like, is there any point?
If we're going off of Niv Mizzet's lore, then it would be 20 levels in Wizard and 20 levels in Sorcerer, would be what Niv Mizzet would be.
I can imagine Blue being both Wizard and Sorcerer.
Yeah.
I also picture Blue as a druid that can wear metal. He wears metal every now and then.
Well, druids have a thing against metal, but also there's also like nature domain sorcerer, isn't there?
Is there a nature domain sorcerer? Let me take a look at that.
I forget offhand if there's a nature-based sorcerer, but I believe there is.
Because I'm more or less referring to the wild shape ability
Oh,
of
well,
druid.
can't you just accomplish that with polymorph?
True, if you cast polymorph whenever you want, that's probably.
Yeah. And if we're going off of Niv Mizzet, that means you can regenerate a third or lower slot at any point that you want to. And do you remember what the one sorcerer ability is? The ability to turn spell slots into sorcery points and use sorcery points to regenerate spell slots.
I not know that because I never played a sorcerer.
Yeah, okay, so sorcerer has this, but the big difference between sorcerer and other casters is that instead of them learning magic or being gifted magic through some source, they're just kind of born with magic in their blood.
Yeah.
And they kind of don't really understand what they're doing a lot of the time. It just kind of stuff happens and magical effects occur. Is usually how it's flavored for sorcerers.
Yeah, that's Blue, alright. It's like, you know, I was just born with magical abilities.
Yep, so you started as sorcerer then.
Yeah, he definitely started off as sorcerer.
And for flavor,
he was a character class.
yeah. So, what was I saying? What? Off my train of thought. Oh, I remember. So, because the magic comes directly from them, they can mold it and shape it in ways that most spellcasters would not have any ability to do so. Because it's coming directly from them. So they can kind of like filter how the magic comes out. And that's called metamagic. Metamagic is various abilities that they can do to shape spells. Like, for example, there is the metamagic known as Empower Spell, which lets you treat any 1s on damage dice as 2s instead.
Alright.
Or there's a Careful Spell, which allows you to take an area of effect spell like Fireball, but exclude all of your allies from that area of effect.
That's always a good thing.
Yep. And different stuff like that. But one of the things that they can do, and they do this through the use of sorcery points. They get a certain amount of sorcery points. There's two ways to gain sorcery points. Either one, you can take a long rest, which will refill your sorcery points back up to max. Back up to your maximum amount, which is determined by your level. So a 20th level sorcerer would be 20 sorcery points. However, the other way to regain sorcery points is by breaking down spell slots into sorcery points, which is something that you can do. I don't remember if it requires an action or not. I believe it does.
Let me go look up Sorcerer.
Yeah, go ahead and go look up Sorcerer. Just look at all the stuff. And yeah, look at all the sorcery point stuff, and then look at what Niv Mizzet can do, and tell me how broken that is, because guess what? That's broken.
Alright, let it load. Yeah, I need to see the changes on that now. I forget. Alright, so let's see, carry magical burst rank for sorcery points. They don't get one at level 1. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, they just get the amount as their level. Wow.
Yep.
Let's see. What else am I looking for specifically?
Look at Font of Magic.
Font of Magic. Okay. Here. Font of Magic. Ah, the second level thing. Okay. Font of Magic. At second level, you tap into a deep wellspring of magic within yourself. This wellspring is represented by sorcery points, which allows you to create a variety of magical effects. You have 2 sorcery points, and you gain more as you reach higher levels, as shown in the sorcery points column of the sorcerer table. You never have more sorcery points than shown on the table of your level. You gain all spent sorcery points when you finish a long rest. Flexible casting. You can use the sorcery points to gain additional spell slots, or sacrifice spell slots to gain additional sorcery points. You learn other ways to use sorcery points as you reach higher levels. Creating spell slots. You can transform unexpended sorcery points into a spell slot as a bonus action. The creating spell slot table shows the costing of creating a spell slot of a given level. You can create spell slots no higher in level than 5th. Any spell slot you create with this feature vanishes when you finish a long rest. Converting spell slot into sorcery points. As a bonus action on your turn, you can expend 1 spell slot and gain a number of sorcery points equal to that slot's level. Alrighty then.
Now, remember what Niv Mizzet can do with legendary actions.
With his legendary actions, he can regain a spell slot of 3rd level or lower as, a legendary action. Yeah, oh.
Yeah, I think it now clicked in your head as to what that means.
He can essentially have infinite spell slots of 3rd level or lower.
Not just that. Read what Font of Magic does again. Just specifically about spell slots.
Creating spell slots. I know you can create spell slots no high. You can transform. It has a bonus action. You can create spell slots no higher level than 5th.
So, what I'm saying is that he can use legendary actions to create 3rd or lower spell slots, and then break those spell slots down, and then turn them into 5th or lower spell slots.
Oh.
So he effectively has infinite 5th or lower spell slots, not just 3rd now. Thanks to Sorcerer. you give, and he also has infinite sorcery points effectively because of that too. You're seeing what I mean, Hernery, right?
Yeah, if he plays his resources right, he has infinite.
Yep. Also, welcome, Surtur. Yeah, we're talking about the campaign while I'm just doing this thing over and over. While I'm just doing Shining Force in the background. And yeah, we're just geeking over Niv Mizzet and talking about high-level D&D stuff that isn't probably going to show up until Session 12.
Session 12. You think a year into our campaign is when things are going to go to crap. Okay.
No, I think a year into our campaign is when you're going to actually reach high enough level that the party can even see characters like these.
True. Makes me wonder, how often are we gonna level up? Is it gonna be like every couple sessions or
I was figuring every couple sessions unless there's like a dramatic thing that warrants it.
Alright.
Especially if we do like 1 month breaks between sessions, which is kind of what I'm mulling over if I should. That means that there would be large gaps of time in story between actual level ups. So it'd make realistic sense if, like, for example, there's just suddenly, instead of it being like, oh hey, over the course of 3 weeks, you went from level 5 to level 15. Wait, what happened?
Yeah, it's like, you guys are tired. Go sleep.
Yes, Niv Mizzet is that boss that can concentrate on multiple spells at once. Also, I will copy and paste what his name actually is again into the Twitch chat because Surtur did not get to see that. That is the full name of the dragon. And he is from Magic the Gathering. And if you want to know part of why he's so overpowered, it's because Magic the Gathering is just generally a lot stronger than normal D&D is. And that's actually provable just by looking at Strixhaven, of all things. You remember Strixhaven, right?
I remember Strixhaven.
It's the Hogwarts of Hogwarts.
That's right. And that's right, there's very special, and there are dragon headmasters for each of them.
Yep, if you
So
want
now
to go
see-
ahead and look at those and see if you want to use those as templates instead, you can do that. I don't mind you doing that. And hey, who knows? Maybe Hoonery will get to meet the one of them at some point. They might show up in the campaign, who knows?
Any of them.
Oh, we need to repeat the fight now. Someone died.
I think, oh shoot, someone died. Well,
It's okay. Yep. But yeah, I'm just here hanging out with Blue while also doing Shining Force in the background, and I just dropped my grenade. Hold on. I got it now.
you dropped your grenade. What?
Remember my dad gave me a plastic replica of a hand grenade that looks authentic?
Okay.
I
Alright.
just have it sitting on top of my computer and I occasionally fiddle with it, but I couldn't resist the whole thing of, oh, I dropped my grenade, I need to grab it.
That's right. Yeah, let's see. Eldros with a plume. You are more of a druid.
Don't clip that, that might get me marked on YouTube.
Please don't.
Uh.
Please don't.
Watch me get a copyright strike or something because of that now.
What? Let's see. Prismari, embodies flow of magic, inspiration.
I mean, okay, let's put it this way, Surtur. If you clipped it and I uploaded it to YouTube Shorts, I mean, you could, but I don't know. It's just, I don't know. It sounds like a bad idea to me. Anyways, Strixhaven Curriculum of Chaos is the book that has the Strixhaven dragons in it.
Yep, I'm looking at them now. If we're going with magical things, Prismari might be one to draw inspiration from.
However, if you want to go for Druid, which is what you brought up, then the Witherbloom one would be the Druid one.
Yes. But the only thing that I'm like, that would fit Blue the most from Druid is that, Wild Shape ability. Especially that Unlimited Wild Shape is what I'm more referring to.
Well, we could always take elements from each of the 5 dragons and, like, mold them together into Blue.
Yes. I was also thinking about something like that at some point.
We could also take elements from Niv Mizzet as well in there too. And just like take little pieces here and there and just smoosh them together into, oh hey, this is now a character that exists.
Yep, it's not a reflavored character, it's a mixture of characters. We take a little bit this one, take a little bit that one, put it on a pot and stir it up.
And that makes it more unique other than just, oh hey, you're a reflavored Niv Mizzet.
Yep. Witherbloom does not have that wild shape ability. Other than that, Witherbloom is more of a necrotic type. I always forget.
Witherbloom is about controlling life and death. Controlling the process of life and death. So yes, that includes death, which is usually necrotic.
Yep. Teaming with light. Yep, teaming with light for that one. Miasma Flow is the oh, right, she comes mist. Right. Yeah, most of her attacks do necrotic and poison damage.
Yeah, which
But
very
it's
much
actually
fits for organic things.
Yes. Yes.
Yes, yes. Shout out if you
Don't
get that
worry.
reference.
I have no clue what you're referring to, but I know I was referring to certain fishes.
I was referring to a certain rat prince in the Dungeons and Dragentime campaign.
Ah.
Who would always end his sentences whenever he's trying to get someone to agree with something with, yes, yes.
Yes, I'm referring to, eventually in Final Fantasy XIV, you would have, in Stormblood, you would have met these fish-like people. These small little fish people that, like to quote-unquote scam. They're more for comedic relief than anything.
Right.
It's hilarious.
Yeah. The rat... I'm just gonna say, the Rat Prince is a great example of don't underestimate your player's ability to get attached to a specific character. You know why?
Why?
He was supposed to be a one-off character for Session 1, but the entire party liked him so much that they spared him and said, if we ever return, you must do this thing for us. And so then then the actual Dungeon Master needed to make him a more permanent member of the story. Even though he was supposed to be just a one-off, gag Rat Prince character. But no, they were like, no, we want him to be a thing that shows up more often. And he was like, okay, I need to write more character depth, I guess. It's kind of funny.
Okay.
It's like, oh, hey, this one-off joke character I have in the campaign. Yeah, no, the party might just get completely invested in them. And then, okay, I now need to write more of a character for them. Or you might write someone that's like, oh, hey, here's this cool person. You're all going to like them. And the party just, kills them and moves on. And it's like, oh. Well, there goes all that character development it did. The best laid plans of mice and men, which is a comment that I say quite often lately, but it's true.
Yes, we have to read Of Mice and Men in high school.
Yes.
Let me see. Dancing Element's Breath exhales a blast of flames and ice in a 90-foot cone. Each creature in that area must make a DC 22 dex saving, gaining no benefit from cover, other than total cover. Taking fire damage and cold damage. Interesting.
Yep.
Spellcasting. Nah, not much of that. Lightning Flash moves up to half flying speed without provoking. I might borrow Lightning Flash.
Okay. Don't forget, by the way, you can also get, if you want to include, player class levels, you would get the abilities from those class levels, too.
Through all the benefits and weaknesses of that.
Yeah. Because I point that out to Dungeon Masters all the time, but don't be afraid to just, make an NPC an actual, the same way you'd make a player character. Don't be afraid to just do that.
Flowing Creation. Yeah, Magic Summons, 1d4 element, nope, nothing from that, got it.
Yeah. Because there's so many times where it's a Dungeon Master's oh, I want to be a player character because I have all these cool builds in mind. I'm like, okay, why don't you take those cool builds that you have in mind and turn them into NPCs in your campaign? I'm sure the players will enjoy interacting with them or enjoy fighting against these unique characters. That's something I've told many DMs, and it just doesn't occur to them that, yeah, you can be creative with character builds and be a DM. You can do both. Sorry, go on.
No, I'm just looking. Illuminating Shadow Breath. That's a fun one.
Isn't that the Silver Quill one?
Yes.
Okay.
Then again, because technically it's isn't he I know he's technically a bard, but it's let's see, featuring the magic of light and shadow. Interesting.
Yep.
Let's see. I might do a couple mixture breaths.
Okay. Or you just could have a variety of breaths available. Or remember, you want to know something important to remember.
Go on.
If you give yourself the new Mizzet ability to reflavor damage types, then you could just reflavor the damage type of any of these breaths.
True. I was thinking of like the duality of these damages, because I've seen from multiple of them, like, hey, sometimes their breath actions deal more than one type of damage.
Right, because the big thing about Strixhaven... Okay, a big thing in Magic the Gathering is color combinations, and they often make guilds based off of them. And in Magic the Gathering, Prismari is red-blue, Witherbloom is white-black, not Golgari, Witherbloom is green-black, Silverquill is white-black, Lorehold is white-red, and the final one that I'm forgetting the name of is... Why can I not remember it?
Green-blue, for Quandrix.
Yes, green-blue. Green-blue is Quandrix is green-blue. So, yeah, they're based on color combination. So it makes sense that the actual dragons representing those things would do dual damage, because they represent color combinations in Magic the Gathering.
Valid. Alright, if I were to while looking through this, a base I might want to use besides, like, a fire dragon, well, I was thinking, I guess, Astrolite, since that's what I do like.
Well, there is an Astral Dragon, but I don't know if there is a D&D version. If you could find stats for Ugin, the Spirit Dragon, I don't know if that's in one of the D&D books offhand.
Hang on, I found Astral Dragon, Forgotten Realms Wiki. Rare powerful Astral Dragon. Combat and battles. No,
They might not get the stat block is the issue.
No, I do not see a stat block from them from that. Let me go through images.
Because I know there's Astral Dragons in older editions. I don't know if there is in 5e.
Interesting. I found one, actually.
Oh?
I found what could be a good character sheet.
Is it a homebrew thing?
It might be a bit I think it might be homebrew.
Yeah. You gotta watch out.
There's nothing... Yep. Because they can go crazy.
Yep.
There's Ancient Astral Dragon. That's definitely homebrewed. I know there's basic dragon. Yeah, there's that. Oh, that's a really cool. I'm just opening that in the tab and looking at that later. God, whoa, these are cool pictures.
Yeah.
I'm getting distracted. I'm getting distracted by pictures now. This is fine.
Yep, you're getting distracted by looking at all of these different little things.
It's hard to not. I mean, I am gonna eventually work on an astral form for blue.
I would look up Ugin the Spirit Dragon.
Alright, I'll look that up now. Ugin.
Because if you want to base him off an Astral Dragon, it doesn't necessarily have to be the D&D version. You can also look on the Magic the Gathering wiki. Just look up lore about Ugin the Spirit Dragon, because that sounds most similar to what you've described blue to be to me.
Alright, Fate Reforged, and this is where I'm looking. Yeah. No, don't. I think this is where I'm looking for. Maybe. Let's see. Nope, that's just information about his card.
Yeah, and that's not what we're referencing.
Nope, I'm looking for lore.
Yes. Magic the Gathering lore.
There we go. I think I might have found it.
I'd do it.
Alright. Let's see, is his, the Magic Gathering wiki, that might work, because this table of contents is, you know, interesting. It's a dragon of great stature with feather wings and scales of recruiting Blue. He's the twin brother of Nico Bolas and sibling to Arcadis Savas, Romel, a bunch of other names. Unlike his twin brother, Ugin is uninterested in power for its own sake, preferring instead to pursuit of knowledge and a hope of understanding how the nature of the multiverse. His unparalleled knowledge allowed him to transcend the colors of mana, and he is now centered in colorless mana, although he retains the ability to use all 5 colors. That immediately sounds like Blue.
Yep.
Like his twin brother, he's one of the most powerful planewalkers in existence. His capabilities range from the transmutation energy into matter of the manipulation of time and fate, and on several occasions he has proven able to return from death.
Yep. Hence when he became Ugin the Spirit Dragon, which was when he was dead, but he came back as a spirit and was just as powerful as he was while he was alive.
And generally uses powers to create rather than destroy, but is certainly capable of using... Okay, wow. That is very similar to Blue. Damn.
Yep.
He's most stationed at the plane of Tacker, where the element storm birds wait. Is this backstory something I should read?
Yes, backstory is something you should read.
Yeah. Alright, he was spawned from the Ur Dragon alongside his twin, Nico, where in every other egg there was only one. They woke together, they named themselves together, and touched the soil of Durant at the same instant. They were both only half the size of their siblings. When they witnessed their sister murder themselves being attacked by non-specific humanoids and their dogs, Nico tried to rescue and then avenge her, while Ugin was far more obsessed with finding other siblings and seek more knowledge. Upon climbing a mountain, Ugin expressed a wonder at the multiverse, while Nico sought to become more strong to not die like their sister. After Paldar and Moors mocked their size and their hunting techniques, twins spent years perfecting various techniques for hunting in tandem. The next years they lived in Arcadis Savas, who has taken up residence as Dragon Lord in a human settlement. Here, Nico learned about the nature of humans and how easily they can be manipulated to further his own goals. Meanwhile, Ugin made particular friends with a old holy elder named Taejuki, whose sole purpose in life, it seemed, was to think about things that could not be seen. He soaked up the calm wisdom she excluded and learned about the existence of other planes. After several years, Bolas had learned enough and took Ugin to seek revenge for their sister's murder. On the way to the Birth Mount, Ugin was wounded and poisoned by humans that have evolved into dragon hunters. After recovering, Ugin was bound manipulating the dragon hunters into a quarrel between several factions, and taking over as the supreme leader. After Bolas tried to use his brother Data's endeavors, Ugin realized that Bolas had never truly cared for him at all. This mental shock caused his planewalker spark to ignite, and he planeswalked to the meditation plane. While the rest of the Elder Dragons clashed in the Elder Dragon War, Ugin instead explored the multiverse, marveling at its grandeur. When he at last chose to return home, he found the world embroiled in the war, while with Arcadis Savas and Nicole Bolas sending their armies of dragons and humans against each other, seeking to convince the... Go on.
I will take a small moment to pause and ask, do you know what a Planeswalker Spark is or how it works?
Nope, but there's a tab, I can take a look at that, or you're going to explain it to me.
Yep. Okay. So, basically, a Planeswalker Spark is, keep in mind, back in the day, it used to be a lot stronger, but what it currently is basically you have the ability to travel from one plane of existence to another plane of existence at will to exactly the point that you wish to go. If you are not familiar with the plane that you are traveling to, you can still travel to that plane, but you'll end up in a random destination at that plane. And effectively, it requires, like, no resources to do this. They can just willingly do this at will. Planeswalkers can just travel the multiverse at will with no consequences and no resources used. Unlike unlike spellcasters in unlike spellcasters in D&D, we have to spend a very high level spell slot to do it. A planeswalker would only require an action to do it. In addition to that, back before the Great Sundering occurred, which is a thing they're probably going to mention, back before the Great Sundering occurred, planeswalkers used to be wildly powerful and have near unlimited reality warping abilities. But once the Great Sundering occurred, much of this power of planeswalkers was stripped away and managed to where they are far less powerful now than they used to be. Yep. Because the reason why they used to be a lot more powerful is because of the fact that the planes weren't exactly solid yet, so they were very mutable and changeable. But once they were quote-unquote fixed and made actually solid and in place, that removed a lot of the ability for a planeswalker to manipulate it, because it wasn't a liquid anymore. It's now solid, basically.
Alrighty then.
Yeah, so that's what a planeswalker spark is. So keep that in mind going forward, that Ugin is a planeswalker.
Yep, and he's able to just go to places at will as
Yep.
an action.
Yep. As an action, no resources required and no spell needing to be cast.
Let's see. Let's see. Seeking to convince them to stop fighting, Ugin revealed himself. Nicole believed that his twin brother had been killed by the humans after he had taken control of him. Distrusted him at first, but was convinced that he was the real Ugin. Nicole proudly displayed his empire before him and asked his brother to join him in being emperor of all. Ugin retorted that all that Nico had achieved was a minor speck in an infinity of worlds and nothing to be proud of, revealing that he had found a way to travel between worlds. Nicole angrily asked Ugin to show him how to planeswalk, in which he could not. Suspected that he'd been in hiding somewhere on Dormania and was brought against him. The brothers exchanged bitter words before Ugin left Dominaria again, cementing the rift that had grown between them. Confrontation on the meditation plane. Many times, and adventurers later, two planeswalking brothers confronted each other on the meditation plane. First, above the wide waters of the meditation realm, and then on a wild plummeting path through the plains. They struggled for days, years, generations, knowing that he could not match Bolas's savage hatred. Ugin returned to the meditation realm and allowed his brother to fatally wound him. As his body fell in the pools of the meditation realm, the ripples created an explosion of power that fractured the very plane and cast Bolas back into the blind eternities. An unknown amount of time.
For reference, the Blind Eternities is their name for the Void. So he basically, Bolas got cast back into the Void.
An unknown amount of time later, Ugin awakened, his spirit inhabiting a new body formed from the meditation realm's waters. This newly reborn spirit dragon has found his purpose: to protect the multiverse from threats like Bolas, whose hatred would destroy entire planes if left unchecked. Damn, wow. That is extremely similar to Blue.
So, are we saying that Ugin is an alternate timeline version of Blue?
Yeah. That is that's a huge possibility, and that was completely unintentional because I knew nothing about Ugin.
Yep. And yet, here we are. And yeah, Blue and Ugin are alternate lifetime versions of each other from different timelines. That's cool.
You know how you say, like, a soul is, like, inhabits certain bodies? It's kind of that way, where it's like, he technically had different families, but their personality still the same.
Yep. Grew up in different circumstances, the core of the person is still the same now.
Yep. Born in different circumstances, grew up in different circumstances, but everything about them is still the same.
Yep. That's why I brought up Ugin, because I'm like, oh hey, there's an astral dragon right there.
Oh my god, it's like, I just realized, it's like Link because technically Link is the same person, but just always had a different upbringing, different.
Exactly. It's the same concept that Link has, the reincarnating hero.
I never thought Blue would be a reincarnated hero, which is probably the best way to think about it, is that he's not. It's just that in different realities, different realms and multiverses, there is someone just like him.
There's always at least one being who is like Blue, yes. Similar to how it's said that there's always one Tarask in every universe, and it just goes by a different name, which includes names like Godzilla and SCP-682 and stuff. Also, I like what Serta just said. Serta said, now I wish I wasn't playing Slay the Spire to hear what seemed to be power scaling stuff.
I haven't delved in on full deeply of what Blue can do, and then Mr. Power Scaling attendant here would properly scale him.
Yep, but if we're going based off Ugin, I actually already have a very good idea as to what he can do, just based off what Ugin can do. Because I know a lot of what Ugin can do. But go on.
Alright, I guess I can finish reading through his backstory, or...
If you want to, you can keep going, because there's more. Also, I will say, Ugin worked alongside Niv Mizzet directly.
Ah. Because yes. Blue eventually becomes a full-on blue astral spirit dragon, but that's end. Yes, I mix spirit magic and astral magic together with blue. It is, in my story, the
Yep.
one of the highest, if not possible, combinations of magic there ever was.
And if we also if we continue with this whole alternate timeline versions, we know that the void, that all that they're referring to, the void, the astral stuff, is the same void that Kirby comes from.
Oh, yes. It's just...
So that means that while it created beings like Ugin and Blue, it also created beings like Void Termina.
Yeah.
And we know what Void Termina can do, so that gives you also an idea as to what Blue can do, just based off of scaling to Void Termina.
Yeah, because Blue, his thing is, it doesn't matter whether it's light or shadow, it's how you use it.
Exactly. Which is exactly the message that they were doing in Star Allies for Kirby. Is the fact that the only difference between Void Termina and Kirby is the upbringing and thought process they have. Kirby is just an example of what happens if Void Termina actually had good as his initial goal instead of destruction.
Indeed. I mean, Blue is kind of like, calm and caring, but when he gets serious, you could say he quote-unquote breaks, especially when he uses dark magic / shadow magic, and just goes like, let's rip, tear, and shred.
Yep. Also, look in the voice channel text for that meme that I was talking about.
You said voice channel text? Alright, I'll take a look. Oh, Lord. Lord. Alright, let's see. Let's see. So, reflavoring. Let's see. Do I really want to see, I'm trying to think of base dragon. Is he really gonna be an astral spirit dragon?
Is who an astral spirit dragon?
No. We're talking about the reflavoring of the character. I mean, Fire Dragon is just... A powerful Fire Dragon is one thing. Let's see, Astral... Astral... Okay. Thinking, let's see. No, Niv Mizzet is just a normal... No, I wouldn't say normal dragon. Just a magical dragon that's just red.
He's not a god. He's just one of the most powerful dragons that exists, other than gods.
Yeah. Let's see.
He's to use Dungeons and Dragons term, he would be as close as you can get to a demigod dragon without actually being a demigod dragon.
Fair enough. Alright.
So it's a
Alright,
Superman Red Sun story. I don't know what that has to do with it, but sure. Oh, you mean in terms of the upbringing? Yeah, no. Superman Red Sun, yeah, that does fit for that. Are you aware of what Superman Red Sun is, Hoonery?
I do not.
It is basically an alternate timeline story for Superman, where instead of landing in Kansas, he lands in the USSR, and he gets raised as a communist, basically. Or rather, he gets raised as a Soviet and eventually turns into a communist. And eventually leads the revolution alongside Lenin. And all that jazz. It's a really interesting story that basically shows that Superman at his core is still who he is. It's just how he acts and what he values can greatly change based off of his upbringing and what he's told as a kid. But in the end, he's always a good person, regardless of upbringing. Does that make sense?
Yeah. You're still the same at the core, it's just how you do it may be different.
Yep.
Also, I'm just gonna say this now. This is really funny. You know when I said, "Ooh, getting distracted by art," I found this one picture. I right click and open a new tab, and didn't look at it yet. I just looked at it now, and I just realized, like, wait a second, the Astral Dragon picture went, that's what that picture was. Okay, oops.
Ah.
I'm sending it to you now. What it was? Because I just find it funny. It's like, why?
Ugin the Spirit Dragon? Is it
yeah.
literally just Ugin the Spirit Dragon? Because that's usually what I think of when I think Astral Dragon.
I don't think so.
Oh, no, that's not it. Oh, okay.
Hang on, let's see. You've made a pact with an astral dragon, the natural resident of the astral plane, and one of the only creatures can travel through all existing planes at will. These dragons are highly intelligent, and that's just a bunch of other things.
Okay. Look up the card on Google Images. Ugin the Spirit Dragon. Look up that card on Google Images and look at the art for it.
Ah, yes, that one. I remember that one. It's just, him... There, I mean, there's multiple. You got Planeswalker, you got Legendary Planeswalker. It's actually, hang on, this is the main image of him. Yeah.
Yeah. The one where he looks majestic.
Yes, majestic. He's green. He has the.
He's not actually. He's mainly clear. Actually, he mostly just looks clear in a lot of cases. He's ascended so far beyond dragons that he went past colors and he's now just clear. Which is actually different than blue, because blue is specifically a blue dragon.
Yes. And then... Yes, he's mainly a blue dragon, then eventually the blue astral dragon. We don't should get to that text. Yes. Fate Reforged, huh? No, that's not what I wanted.
Also, to give another idea of... This is in game mechanical terms, to give an idea of how much Planeswalkers scale to the player character in Magic Gathering, quote-unquote. You know how Planeswalkers have, like, those weird numbers and tokens and stuff?
No.
If you look on the actual Planeswalker cards, it has a bunch of numbers listed on the left side, right?
Oh, those things, yes.
That's because Planeswalkers are not creatures. They're a separate thing called Planeswalkers, and they have a life total just like the player does. Except it's usually a lot smaller than the player has. The life total at start is in the bottom right, and you get to choose to attack the player or attack the specific Planeswalker. So, they're roughly equivalent to actual players in terms of like how far beyond normal creatures they are in Magic Gathering. And I mean, have you ever stopped to think about how high like the player, not the player character, but the player in D&D scales?
No, I have not. So I've never really been able to think about that.
Well, you are now thinking about it. So think about this for a second. You have your player character, Hunari, but how high would you personally scale compared to everything in D&D? Not Blue as a character, but you as like a person in a different world entirely controlling this character.
Would I scale him?
No, that's... Okay, you aren't understanding what I'm saying.
No, yeah, I'm trying to understand.
Sorry, I'm trying to teach you, like, really far out there power scaling stuff. It's Surtur, do you understand what I'm saying? I'm saying, how well do you how far, like, scaling-wise, do you as a real person compare to the characters within the narrative?
Oh, like, how much stronger other characters are to me?
In terms of, like, the fact that you can, like, do things like, oh, you know, just rewrite their story at any time. Think about that for a second. Imagine there was a being so strong that they could just rewrite our story at any point, or just rewrite this conversation.
Oh.
And that's the equivalent of, like, how far beyond a player is from the actual fictional worlds that we're talking about here. So, for Planeswalkers to even be relative to that gives you an idea of how stupid Planeswalkers are in terms of scaling. Now, you kind of get what I'm getting at there, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to fully, I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, because that's starting to get into dimensional scaling, which is a whole advanced power scaling topic. Because that's when we get into like 4D, 5D sort of, you know, scaling to the real world is a thing that is quite intense when you start actually breaking it down. Fictional universes scaling to the real world. That's when we start getting into pataphysics, is I believe what it's actually called. The specific term, pataphysics. So, yeah. To give an idea of what that would look like in our case, you know how, like, the Elder Gods, like Cthulhu and Yogg-Saron, are usually depicted?
I know Cthulhu a bit. That's like an Eldritch horror.
Yeah. But you don't...
Yeah.
That's about as far as your knowledge goes?
That's as much as far as knowledge I go.
Okay. Well, alright, then that's fine. You know, the point is, they're pretty high. Yeah. I'm not trying to confuse him. I'm sorry, Surtur. Did you just see what Surtur said in Twitch?
Brain Fox with power scaling and Bug Boy.
I'm not trying to do that.
I think I'd rather go suffer in Shadowbringers later today.
What was that about Shadowbringers?
I think I'd rather go suffer in Shadowbringers today, as in be mentally depressed.
Aw. I'm sorry to hear that you have to be mentally depressed at Shadowbringers.
No. It's Shadowbringers. It's an amazing expansion. Boy, does it hit hard.
Yeah, it's got good writing.
Yes, you see, here's the fun fact. Whenever you eventually get to, pick up Dark Knight, the person who wrote the Dark Knight story wrote Shadowbringers.
Cool.
And when you play Dark Knight, you feel things.
Oh, like what?
Emotions. not emotions of anger, emotions of like, I guess say jaw drop, like, oh my goodness,
Right, I
I
get you.
am feeling. That's the best way to describe it.
Yeah. Okay, that works.
I'm not gonna spoil anything about Dark Knight, but you know.
Yeah, I don't want you to. And I'm probably not going to get there for a while, mainly just because most of my time gets absorbed by either streaming or preparing for D&D, or working on something.
And you don't have a good enough computer to properly stream it.
Right, and if I'm not streaming something, then usually I'm not playing a video game. Because I don't have that much free time other than on the weekends. And right now, all my free time is being absorbed by preparing for the campaign and doing things for the campaign. As well as answering questions, doing voice calls, doing DM stuff, all that jazz. And
Yep.
networking with other streamers is another thing I'm doing. Usually in my free time, I just watch someone else's live stream while doing stuff in the background. So, sorry, not Hoonery. I keep calling you Hoonery, even though you're blue. But
No, yeah, that's fine, that's fine.
Hoonery or blue, whichever you prefer to go by. Is okay. I'm thinking of how I should phrase this. How interested are you in power scaling in general?
I'm
And-
interested in it, as in, if I'm correct, power scaling is like comparing one character to the power of another character, right?
That is the gist of it. Yes, but it's also finding out like how powerful a certain character is in comparison to something. It doesn't have to be another character, it's just usually in comparison to something. Like either in comparison to a normal person or in comparison to another character from the same world or a character from a different world. It depends. But generally the idea of power scaling is finding how powerful a character is and basically putting all of their feats into a nice neat package that can be like broken down. It's like, okay, you're this level. You've done this, you know. And it's also analyzing, you know, feats in anime and video games and manga and etc. And just like looking at them analytically and say, okay, well, this character did this thing at this time to this character. What does that mean? Power scaling is very much about asking, okay, what does that mean in terms of their overall ability?
Yes, I've actually been interested in power scaling before.
Yes. At some point, we should probably just, like, have a conversation where we just talk about power scaling in general. Not for a specific character, just in general, for, like, 5 hours or something at some point. Just because that way I can, like, teach you everything I already know about it.
Yes. For some reason, I feel like that'd be a good stream to do.
Yeah,
You
that
know,
sounds like a fun
simple
stream where we just kind of
chatting.
hang out and talk with people. Sorry, go on.
No, it wasn't me much. It wasn't me much else.
Okay. Yeah, and that's also kind of the reason why I'm letting it be here in this stream, because it gives me something to fill the void while I'm just doing Shining Force.
Good man, recruit the lizard.
Alright. Dude, this has made 3 hours go by so much faster, and it honestly was pretty fun talking about this sort of stuff. Because power scaling is something that I'm quite passionate about, and I actually am quite invested in. And I just kind of do it as a hobby a lot of times.
Let's see.
I first got interested in it back when I was watching the Deadliest Warrior series on Spike TV, which is where they went over historical characters. But then after that, in high school, my friend told me that, oh hey, there's this show they do on the internet where they do that sort of stuff, but they pit fictional characters against each other. I was like, what? And it's called Death Battle, and I watched it. And I've watched lots of Death Battles, and I've always found it very interesting. But then, like, after a while, I eventually discovered, oh hey, videos debunking Death Battle, quote unquote. And I watched these videos, and that introduced me to cool power scalers like, Seth the Programmer and Swag Kage and Chuck and Clyde and a lot of other YouTubers that they basically do power scaling as a living, more or less, in terms of that's what they built a lot of their YouTube career based off of.
Okay. Yes.
Sorry, go on.
No, I just realized something that essentially is wild shape, but what metallic dragons have. Metallic dragons have the ability to shape change.
Yes.
I forgot about that till now. Okay, cool. Don't need to be a druid.
Yep, you don't need to be a druid because shape change is a thing. Which, by the way, shape change is also an 8th level spell, I believe.
I'm gonna look that up.
Whereas metallic dragons can just do it at will.
Yes. I hope not. It's tap action. Use them for different form, during the durations, game statistics, blah blah. Attributes. Classes Druid / Withered 9th level transmutation.
Okay.
So that will be something I've written down in notes. Let's see.
Also, did anyone level up or die? I haven't been paying attention.
I have no clue.
Starter, have you been paying attention?
I know he's been playing Slay the Spot. Oh, why did I use that tab? I wanted to pin the tab. Right. Oh, right. Did I say Niv Mizzet was like a 20th level sorcerer?
I said Niv Mizzet would roughly be the equivalent of a 20th level sorcerer, 20th level wizard.
Okay then.
Also, I would say Niv Mizzet would probably have every single wizard subclass.
Every single wizard subclass. Okay, fine. I'll go take a look at those wizard subclasses.
There's a lot of them.
Oh boy. Because I was looking at sorcerer, because we're talking about sorcerer points, so like, what subclass, what subclass, what subclass? I mean, I knew nothing about most of them besides Draconic Bloodlight. Because that's the only thing that makes sense because he's a dragon.
If you want to go with a Draconic if you want to go with the subclass, it would either be that or it'd be Divine Soul Sorcerer.
Divine Soul. I'll take a look at Divine Soul as well.
Because Divine Soul Sorcerer basically says, hey, do you want to be kind of a cleric while also being a sorcerer?
Isn't cleric like quote-unquote a healer? Because,
No, cleric is not quote-unquote healer.
Okay.
Cleric is basically, oh hey, you are praying to a god and you're getting power from a god. Whereas Divine Soul Sorcerer is like, oh hey, you were gifted a crud ton of energy by a divine source at birth. And so now you are an agent of a certain god. You don't pray to them, you were just born with a gift from them and they have assigned you as working for them, effectively. It's kind of like, the difference between that and Warlock is that Warlocks make pacts, whereas with the Sorcerer, you're just kind of born with this role. You can do with it as you want to, but the god really wants you to kind of do something that they want you to do.
That's a lot of classes. I mean subclasses. Like I'm looking at Wizard, Abjuration, Blade Singing, There's a lot. Okay.
Yes, there is. Also, by the way, you want to know a little cool thing in Shining Force?
What's cool little thing in Shining Force?
If you watch the stream, you know how there's this item here, and there is the Moonstone inside, which I'll get clear out room and Max's inventory. There's more than one item in this room. It's not just the Moonstone. However, the other one is hidden. Can you guess where it's hidden?
Shovel or rope?
Well, we'll check those. So first, I got the Moonstone, which is what we came here for. However, let's check the shovel. No. The rope. No. Let's check this random wall. Oh, hey, there's a chest in the wall.
There's a random chest in the wall. Oh,
There's no indication given that there's a chest in the wall. There just is. And we just got a secret bathing suit.
a bathing suit.
Yeah, and it serves almost no purpose except if we give it to Tau and we go back to Nova, we should see Tau wearing a bathing suit now. I don't know if she'll show up here with it on. Where is she? Wait, did she die? I think she died. Oh, so I should have repeated that last battle, but I didn't remember. Oh wait, no, she was swapped out. Right. That's the reason why she's not here. I'm not going to talk to you yet. Let's go back to Nova. You know, not you. I need the actual place. Where is the place? Yeah, here it is. Does this show up outside of battle? Please tell me it does. Yep. Now she's wearing a bathing suit. Instead of her green robes. That's
cool,
literally
fan
the
service.
only point of that item. There's no other point to it.
It's just fan service.
It's literally just fan service, yes. And there's also another dress that you can find, which is a green dress that you also find in this chapter. Anyway, and just to confirm that it is required, if we trade this away to, let's say, back to Max, no, to her. First off, we see May does not have the bathing suit on. Also, someone has died, evidently. And if you go back to her, she's back to normal. She has her normal blue dress on.
Huh.
So, yeah, it's just fan service. It's a fun little Easter egg secret. This game has a couple arbitrary secrets in it, where it's like, you wouldn't be able to find that unless you were searching literally every single wall.
Curious, do you have a frightened presence? No, you do not. Interesting.
Yes.
As I'm thinking things.
Oh, you know another reason why my character and Blue would probably both get along well? In terms of, like, the self-insert characters?
Go on.
Because he's already a close friend of Bahamut.
Yeah, that does make sense. Any friend at home is a friend of Blue.
Yep. No, this is not a Shining Force speedrun. Hello, AI bot computer. Hello, Gochek. Hello, Bug Boy. I just finished my long video call. I didn't go as well as I hoped, but at least well enough. Well, welcome back, Grojek. We're in Chapter 3 now, and I have someone on the voice call with me. Say hi, Blue.
Yes, hello. No, I'm not Blue. I'm Hunavi right now.
Yes. Say hello. What do you mean no one's dead? I saw a blue flame there. What do you mean no one's dead?
No one's dead, apparently.
Have you watched an old man fly into a mountain yet? Not yet. Why? I see your PC status. That's interesting. I have that on because my PC is not that great, so I like to add those stats on there for me to watch, and I figure, hey, I might as well have that for other people to watch as well. It doesn't show any information, it just shows the temperature. That way, in case it goes like haywire, someone can mention it.
Very true.
Sorry, go on, Henry.
Let's see. I was thinking,
We're about to recruit the werewolf.
yes, go for the world. Let's see, I'm trying to think, if he's a level 20 sorcerer, what would the subclasses be? You talked about Divine Soul, which does make sense. We would probably... We might reflavor Angelic form a bit, technically.
The monk is right here. I have belong in my force. Don't worry.
Let's see. Angelic form might be more of a I guess the druidic story form, if we're going with a astral thing. Let's see. Favored by the gods, divine. If you fail saving throw, okay. Noted. Favored by the gods. Let's see. Empowered healing. Whenever you or an ally of 5 feet rolls turn number. Ah.
And here's the werewolf. I'm going to read out his dialogue for a second. So,
Good one.
what do you want? Leave me alone, or I'll tear you apart. Okay, and if we give you the Lunar Dew, which is your medicine, basically. Where is it? Hey, drink this. Max poured Lunar Dew into Xylo's mouth. Ugh, the awful taste, but I'm myself again. What a relief. I can never repay you for this, but I'm going to join the Shining Force. We have a werewolf on the Shining Force now. Yep. You'll get to see him in combat in the next battle, because now I need to go swap out people. Anyway, go on, Henry.
Let's see. If we're talking, let's see, 20th level sorcerer, as I've said. Okay, just stated what I would reflavor. Angelic form to be favored by the gods is, it gets a feature for the divine soul. Empowered healing is, there's nothing I would change about that. Unearthly recovery. At 18, you become the ability to overcome grievous injuries. As a bonus action, we have fewer than half your hit points.
Yeah?
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah?
I never really thought blue was much of a healer, much as just like someone who just put out damage. But you know, then again, this ain't the same blue, so you know, things are definitely different.
Yeah, and that's more of a just, hey, I'm not dead yet thing.
I don't need your heals.
Right? It's like, you're gonna have just have a full Undyne moment of, you're gonna have to try a little harder than that.
It reminds me of, what was it, level 86 warrior in Final Fantasy XIV? But at some point, warrior just becomes a healer. It's like, do you need heals? Did I ask for your shield? Just too angry to die.
Right, literally too angry to die. I believe there is a barbarian thing that just straight up does that in D&D, where it's like, every time you would hit 0 hit points, you make a Constitution saving throw, and if you pass, you stand back up with 1 hit point instead.
Ah, nice.
I don't remember the exact rule, and I don't remember if it's a specific subclass, but yeah, there's a subclass of barbarian that just straight up lets you say no to dying repeatedly over and over and over again. As long, I believe the DC of the check gets harder every time, but you can, if you keep rolling well, you technically can keep doing it.
There's so many wizard subclasses.
Yes,
The
I will
other
go
thing
there.
Yes. The only thing in Draconic Bloodline that would be of useful for blue to have would be Draconic Presence.
Yeah, and
Which
even
one?
then, you arguably already have that because you dragon.
Yes. Alright, I need to write stuff down. Divine, Soul, Subclass, Sorcerer, I need to write that down.
Also, you want to know, the reason why I don't think, honestly, if I ran Niv Mizzet, I'd run him, like, with his stat block, but then with, as I said, 20th level Wizard every subclass, and then the 20th level Divine Soul Sorcerer. And there's a very specific subclass for Wizard that is a bit stronger than the rest. If you're going to only look at one Wizard subclass, look at the Abjuration Wizard subclass.
No, the first one, got it. The Skull Abjuration emphasizes that magic blocks, banishes, or protects. Before I read it, I'm gonna go pull up some, get some more water. Everyone go hydrate.
Okay. Yeah, let's all go get some more water. I'll be back as well, grabbing a snack. Yep. Stretch, grab a drink, grab a snack, and we'll return in a moment. Actually, you know what? I'm just gonna go make lunch. I'll be back. So, not grabbing water. Where's that text thing? There we go. There we go. Out to lunch.
I have its returned. Oh no! Oops. Well, hello everyone. Welcome back to welcome to stream. Welcome Raiders. I am now your new host. Corey Mendres. Yeah, voicing. Yes. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the everyone is eating food show. But you know, it's fine. Everything is fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Yes, just bopping, just happy dancing. Bongos, happy dances, just keep on dancing. Last time on Shining Force, we just recruited a werewolf. Yes, a literal, actual feral werewolf. Isn't it fun? So just keep on bopping and dancing and going. Keep on going and bopping to the music, Cody. La di da na 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 na. La di da 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 da. La di da 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 na 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 na. Na 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 da 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 da. La di da 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 na 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 no 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 no. Na 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 da 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 da. Da 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 na 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 na. La da 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 da. Oh look, Bug Boy's back. Bug Boy, you missed a raid. Wait, that's not Bug Boy. That's his alarm. Oh no. Da 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 da. Oh well, we just keep on dancing. Keep on bop, 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 ba da 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 da, da 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 ba da ba da bop, 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 ba da 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 da. Da 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 na 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 da 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 na 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 na. Na 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 na. Hilarious. Don't worry, the best shenanigans happen when the streamer is away. This is fine. La da 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 da. Okay, hang on. What else do I got? What else do I got? No, no, I don't need to pull that out. Never mind. You don't screw it. I'm pulling it out. Pulling out the knife. I'm pulling out the knives. Oh, that's the only one knife I have. Oh well. Let's see. Abjuration. I will read the Wizard School of Abjuration subclass while we wait. The School of Abjuration emphasizes magic that blocks, banishes, or protects. Detractors of the school say that its tradition is about denial, negation, rather than positive assertion. You understand, however, that ending harmful effects, protecting the weak, and banishing evil influences is anything but a philosophical void. Is a proud and respected vocation. Cold abjurers, members of the school, are sought when faithful spirits require exorcism, when important locations must be guarded against magical spying, and when portals to other planes of existence must be closed. Source Player's Handbook. Abjuration Savant. Beginning when you select a school at second level, the gold and time you pay to copy an abjuration spell into your spellbook is halved. Arcane Ward. Starting at second level, you can weave magic around yourself for protection. When you cast an abjuration spell of first level or higher, you can use a strand of the spell's magic to create a magical ward on yourself that lasts until you finish a long rest. The ward has hit points equal to twice your wizard level plus your intelligence modifier. When you take damage, the ward takes the damage instead. If this damage reduces the ward to 0 points, you take any remaining damage. While the ward has 0 hit points, it can't absorb damage, but its magic remains. Whenever you cast the first abjuration spell first level or higher, the ward regains a number of hit points equal to twice the level of the spell. Once you create the ward, you can't create it until you finish a long rest. Fun, right? Next, we have Projected Ward. Starting at 6th level, when a creature that you can see within 30 feet you takes damage, you can use your reaction to cause your arcane ward to absorb that damage. If this damage reduces the ward to 0 hit points, the warded creature takes any remaining damage. Improve Abjuration, beginning at 10th level. When you cast an Abjuration spell that requires you to make an ability check as part of casting that spell, as in counter spell and dispel magic, add your proficiency bonus to that ability check. So resistance. Starting at 14th level, you get advantage on saving throws against spells. Furthermore, you have resistance against the damage of spells. So, if you use everything... all of them, that means he's at... Dang, he has a lot. I will need to ask Bug Boy what this exactly means of having every single subclass of wizard. Okay. As student of arcane magic, you have a spell book, preparing and casting spells. Yes, there's all those. There's all the, Unearthed Arcana stuff, but you know... The question is, would you really have all those, there's nothing of Unearthed Arcana, there's Archived Unearthed Arcana. Spell Mastery. When you... Just make sure there's no other messages to read. At 18th level, you have achieved such mastery over certain spells that you can cast them at will. Choose a first level with a spell and a second level with a spell that is in your spellbook. You can cast those spells at their lowest level without spending a spell slot when you have them prepared. If you want to cast either spell at a higher level, just spend a spell slot as normal. By spending 8 hours in study, you can exchange one or both of the spells you choose for different spells of the same levels. Signature spells. When you reach 20th level, you gain mastery over 2 powerful spells and can cast them with little effort. Choose 2 third level wizard spells in your spellbook as your signature spells. You always have these spells prepared. They don't count against the number of spells you have prepared. And you can cast each of them once at 3rd level without spending a spell slot. When you do so, you can't do so, you know. So yeah, not bad, not bad. I'm putting wizard in another tab because I have to have so many tabs open of looking at all of these. They have abjuration, blade singing, proton urgy, conjuration, divination, enchanting, evocation, graviturgy, illusion, necromancy. I don't know if he'll be necromancy. Order of scribes. No, actually, he might be necromancy. Transmutation and war magic. That's a lot of spells. Blade Singers master a tradition of wizardry that incorporates swordplay and dance. Originally created by elves. Alright, and this tradition has been adopted by non-elf practitioners who honor and expand on the elven ways. In combat, a Blade Singer uses a series of intricate, elegant maneuvers that fend off harm and allow the Blade Singer to channel magic into devastating attacks and cunning defense. Many who have observed a Blade Singer at work remember that display as one of the more beautiful experiences in their life. A glorious dance accompanied by the singing blade. Blade singing seems really fun. Training in war and song, not song and war, war and song. When you adopt this tradition at second level, you gain proficiency with light armor, you gain proficiency with one type of and weapon. You also gain proficiency in performance skill if you don't have one. Have it. Blade song. Starting at second level, you can invoke an elven magic called the Blade Song, provided that you aren't wearing any medium or heavy armor or shield. It gives you supernatural speed, agility, and focus. You can use a bonus action to start the Blade Song, which lasts for 1 minute. It ends early if you're incapacitated. If you don medium or heavy armor or shield, you use 2 hands to make an attack weapon. You can also dismiss the Blade Song at any time, no action required. While your Blade Song is active, you gain the following benefits. You get a bonus to your AC equal to your intelligence modifier minimum of +1. Walking speed increases by 10 feet. I have advantage on dexterity acrobatics check. Gain a bonus to any constitution saving throws you make to maintain a concentration of spells. Equals intelligence modifier minimum of +1. That sounds fun. If I'm gonna go multi-class with Hoonery, I might go Blade Song. You want to go? You and I want lunch? Go get lunch. And I guess this is getting bad timing that we have this kind of stuff. All right. Let's see. Starting at 6th level. I use Blade Song a number of times equal to proficiency. Alright. Starting at 6th level, you can attack twice instead of once. Whenever you take the attack action on your turn. Morgan can cast one of your cantrips in place of one of those attacks. So I can attack and cast a fire thing. Song of Defense. Beginning at 10th level, you can direct your magic To absorb damage while your Blade Song is active. When you take damage, you can use your reaction to expend one spell slot and reduce that damage to you by an amount equal to 5 times the spell slot level. Song of Victory. Starting at 14th level, you can add your intelligence modifier to a minimum of +1 to the damage of your melee weapon attacks while your Blade Song is active. So, yeah, it's very simple, but, you know, nice. I like that one. Is that a bug boy? Is that a bug boy here? Bug boy. No? 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 Okay. Chronergy. Focusing on the manipulation of time, those who follow the chronergy tradition learn to alter the pace of reality to their liking. Using the ramping of passery due to its energy, these mages can bend the flow of time as a skilled magician plays an instrument, lending themselves and their allies advantage in the blink of an eye. Chrono Shift. At second level, you can magically exert limited control over the flow of time and create a creature. As a reaction, after you or a creature you see within 30 feet of you makes an attack roll or an ability check or a saving throw, you can force the creature to reroll. Make this decision after you got it. The target must use the result of the second roll. I can use this ability twice. We get any expended. Alright, temporal awareness. You can add your initiative modifiers to. Oh. Okay. Wizard sounds fun. Momentary stasis. When you reach 6th level as an action, you can magically force a large or smaller creature you see within 60 feet to make a Constitution saving throw against your spell save DC. Unless the saving throw is a success, the creature is encased in a field of magical energy until the end of your next turn or until the creature takes any damage. While encased in this way... the creature is incapacitated at a speed of 0. Interesting. You can use this feature a number of times equal to your intelligence modifier, minimum of 1. You get all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Arcane Ambience. At 8th level, when you cast using a spell slot of 4th level or lower, you can condense the spell's magic into a mote. The spell is frozen in time. The spell is frozen in time at the moment of casting and it's held within a graveyard for 1 hour. The speed of tiny objects, AC of 15, 1 hit point, and is immune to poison and psychic damage. When duration is to be destroyed, it vanishes in a flash of light and the spell is lost. A creature enemy can use an action to resist spells in right upon these spheres. Spell user your spell attack bonus and save DC. And the spell treats the creature released it as a cast for all other purposes. Okay, you can have 1 beat at a time. Convergent Future. Starting at 14th level, you can peer through possible futures and magically pull one of them events around you, ensuing a particular outcome. When you or a creature within 60 feet make an attack roll, ability check, or saving throw, you can use your reaction to ignore the dice roll and decide whether the number rolled is the minimum needed to succeed. When you use this feature, you gain 1 level exhaustion. Oh. Interesting. Oh, okay, cool. Okay, that's an interesting one. Conjuration. As a conjurer, you favor spells that produce objects and creatures out of thin air. You can conjure billowing clouds of killing fog or summon creatures from elsewhere to fight on your behalf. As your mastery grows, you learn spells of transportation and can teleport yourself across vast distances, even to other planes of existence in an instant. Conjuration 7. Got it. That's the same thing as Abjuration 7. Minor Conjuration. You can use your action to conjure up an animate object in your hand, on the ground, or through space. So it has to be a very small object, and very lightweight. Alright, oh. Beginning transportation. Starting at 6th level, you can use your action to teleport up to 30 feet of occupied space. Alternatively, you can choose a space, occupied space willing, teleport. Got it. Once used feature, you cannot use it again. Focus conjuration. Begin to teleport while conjure. Nice. Durable summons. Any creature that you summon or create with a conjuration spell has 30 temporary hit points. Divination. Divination 7 is, as we know. Portent. Starting at 2nd level, when you choose a school, glimpses into the futures. We press in on your awareness. When you finish a long rest, roll 2d20s, record number of rolls. You can place any attack roll, saving throw, or ability check. Oh, ooh. You must choose to do so before the roll, and you can place a roll this way only once per turn. Each return can be used only once. When you finish the long rest, you lose any unused. Oh, okay. So if you roll like really well, it's like, I'm taking this roll. You know, it's a nice way. It's a nice, sure way of getting something. The third, no, expert divination. Beginning at 6th level, casting divinity spells becomes so easy that it expends only a fraction of your spellcasting efforts. When you cast a divination spell 2nd level or higher, you can regain 1 expended slot. The slot you must be, regain must be a level lower than the spell you cast, can't be higher. 5th. Starting at 10th level, you can use your action to increase the powers of perception. When you do so, choose one of the following benefits. Accidentally incapacitate it, or you take a short rest. You can use feature again until you finish a short rest. You get dark vision, zero sight, greater comprehensive visibility, and greater portent. Starting at 14th level, the visions you dream intensify and paint a more accurate picture. You roll 3d20s for your portent rather than 2.
I'm back.
Welcome back, Bug Boy. You missed something really, really cool.
What did I miss?
Daddy Lemur rated you as 5 people.
Wait, what was this about 5 people?
Daddy Lemur rated you as 5 people.
Oh, cool! Thanks for the raid!
That.
I'm sorry I wasn't here for that.
Yeah, you had like 8 people.
I'm sorry. My dad distracted me with talk about taxes that he kept wanting to have a conversation with me about while I'm making food. I'm like, I just want to make food, but he's like, I want to talk about taxes. I'm like, okay.
So yeah, I guess we're on time for that conversation.
Okay, let me get out to lunch off the screen. Sorry for everyone who is here. I have no idea who's here, but thank you for the stream. Sorry, thank you. What? So you're wanting to continue the conversation is what you're saying?
Many. So, I've been looking at the wizard subclasses, and
I assume
may
you've been...
have a...
Sorry, go ahead.
I said I may have found a possible subclass for Hunnery if Hoonery goes and picks up subclassing, which will be after I get 20 levels in Soulbinder.
Yep. Well, before we get to that, did you see what I meant by Abjuration Wizard?
I remember going through Abjuration. Right. Wasn't that the oh, that's the one with the ward.
Arcane
That's
Ward
the-
ability. Yeah. Did you look at how strong Arcane Ward is?
Yeah, it's very useful because it's twice your wizard level plus intelligence modifier, and it. Yeah.
Yep. And it stacks on top of temporary hit points. And it also works with Armored Akathis, by the way.
Armored Activist. Never knew about. Never heard about that.
Armor of Agathis is a warlock spell.
Huh.
Armor of Agathis says that when you get hit in melee while you have the temporary hit points granted by it, the opponent takes guaranteed cold damage. The amount of cold damage is equal to the level of spell slot used times 5. So let's say you had, a 9th level Armor of Agathis on. And so you had 45 temporary hit points, and then you had Arcane Ward on top of that. So as long as someone hits you and you would have that 45 temporary hit points, everyone that hits you in melee will automatically take 45 cold damage.
Wow.
No save, no rolling, just automatically hit with 45 cold damage.
Well then, that's nice.
Anyway, here's that flying dude he has a fly pack on his back. His name is Kokichi. And this is the engine that he's working on. What are you doing? Don't touch anything, you meddler. I'm helping Kokichi figure out how to fly. New in town, eh? Go out back and I'll show you my latest invention. Okay, we're out back.
Yes. Alright. I might pick up blade singing at some point because, it just... For some reason, I feel like, that just kind of seems what Hooner would do with his rapier. Well, that's eventuality if I ever go that route. I don't know.
Hey, you know how you wanted to go like Persona with it?
Yes.
Did you ever want to go full JoJo with it? Because look at Echo Knight Fighter.
Echo Knight Fighter?
Uh-huh.
Give me a moment. Where is this page? I'm gonna use this page. Echo Knight 5e. Fighter Echo Knight.
Look on the Wikidot page. That's what they usually use.
I am. A mysterious and feared frontline warrior of the current dynasty. Okay.
You can ignore the
Manifest-
lore.
Yep. Manifest Echo. At 3rd level, you can use a bonus action to magically manifest Echo yourself in an unoccupied space you see within 15 feet of you. The Echo is a magical translucent gray image of you that lasts until it is destroyed, until you dismiss it as a bonus action. You can manifest another Echo or until you're incapacitated. Your Echo has an AC 14 plus proficiency bonus, 1 hit point, and immune to all conditions. If it has to make a saving throw, it uses your saving throw bonus for the roll. It is the same size as you and it occupies its space. On your turn, you can mentally command the Echo to move up to 30 feet in any direction, no action required. If your Echo is more than 30 feet, alright. That stays within 30 feet. As a bonus action, you can teleport magical swap between places with your Echo at a cost of 15 feet of your movement speed, regardless of distance between you two. Alright, and then you take the attack. After your turn, any attack you make with that action can originate from your space or the Echo space. You make the choice from this attack. Okay. When a creature that you can see within 5 feet of you, your echo moves at least 5 feet away from it. You can use your reaction to make an opportunity attack against that creature, as if you're in the echo space. Unleash Incarnation. At 3rd level, you can heighten your Echo's Fury. Whenever you take the attack after, you can make one additional melee attack from the Echo's position. You can use feature now times equal to Constitution modifier a minimum of once. You regain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. At Echo Avatar, at 7th level, you can temporarily transfer your conscious to your Echo. As an action, you can see through your Echo's eyes and hear through its ears. During this time, you are deafened and blinded. You can sustain this effect for up to 10 minutes, and you can end it at any time, requires no action. While your Echo is being used in this way, it can be up to 1,000 feet away from you without being destroyed. Shadow Martyr. Starting at 10th level, you can make your Echo throw yourself in front of an attack directed at another creature that you can see before the attack roll is made. Before the attack roll is made, you can use your action to teleport the Echo into an unoccupied space within 5 feet of the target creature. The attack roll that triggered the reaction is instead made against your Echo. Once you use this feature, you cannot use it again. So, short or long rest. Reclaim Potential. By 15th level, you learn to absorb the fleeting magic of your Echo. When an Echo of yours is destroyed by taking damage, you can gain a number of temporary hit points equal to 2d6 plus Constitution modifier, provided you don't already have temporary hit points. You can use this feature a number of times equal to the Con modifier, minimum once. You gain all expended uses when you finish a long rest. Legion of 1. At 18th level, you can use a bonus action to create 2 Echoes with your Manifest Echo ability. And these Echoes can coexist. If you try to create a 3rd Echo, previous 2 Echoes are destroyed. Anything you can do from one Echo's position can be done from the others instead. In addition, you roll initiative and have no uses of Unleash Incarnation feature left. You regain 1 use of that feature. Interesting.
You see why I brought that up when you were talking about Blade scene, right?
That just means... I think I kind of see it.
And why I also brought it up when referencing going full JoJo with it.
I know nothing about JoJo.
JoJo's Bizarre Adventure? How there's all the stands and stuff?
I know about the stands, but, like, what they kind of do is just, like, crazy stuff to me. It's like... I'm very limited on knowledge.
Okay, you want me to give you a crash course then?
Sure, you can go give me a crash course.
Okay. So, first off, each stand is named... Well, besides the Season 3 ones, which are tarot card stands, pretty much every single stand is named after a musical reference of some kind. But ignoring things that are ignoring the ones that are based off of tarot cards, like for example, Crazy Diamond and Deep Diver and all that sort of stuff, are named after actual songs from the past, usually rock and roll songs. Anyway, yeah, and their ability is sometimes a reference to the song, but sometimes it's something unique for this specific character. JoJo stands in general are manifestations of your fighting will, turned into a solid spiritual thing. And stand users are individuals with a very strong willpower, so much so that they can manifest it physically as a spiritual aura to help them fight in combat.
Every JoJo character that has a stand has some strong will.
Yes. And only stand users can see stands. So if 2 people are fighting with stands and it's a bypasser, all they would see is 2 people kind of standing there while a bunch of shock waves are going on in between them. Because they can't see the stand. It's only if you're a stand user can you see a stand. Though, it could be argued that if you can see ghosts, you can also see stands. Because they're basically ghosts.
Makes sense.
Yeah. Anyway. So, okay, that's the basics of what a stand is. As for what the abilities are, usually they're either musical references or they're manifestations of power represented by the character's personality themselves, or what their goals are. A person's personality and goals can partly shape what a stand can do. because they are stands themselves are manifestations of the individuals that are manifesting them. Does that make sense?
Hmm.
So in essence, basically it's limited to the creativity of the individual as well as what they want to actually have done, and also what some of their own abilities are in the real world, reflecting on the stand in some weird or bizarre way. There's always a weird or bizarre twist to the stand's power compared to what you would expect it to be. That's one of the gimmicks of the show, is that everything is always weirder than it initially seems to be.
Huh.
Yep. So, yeah, that's basically a crash course on what JoJo stands are. They're manifestations of your battle will, of your strong will, and they help you fight in combat against other stand users. And they're effectively you projecting a piece of your own soul out to fight other people's pieces of their own soul. And you can manifest it so strongly that you can affect the physical world with it.
Dang.
Yep.
Hilary is. I must say, like, what kind of soul does Hilary have? Is he able to split his soul in half and then set up pieces of his soul to
I will
physically
say,
fight?
if you want to know a similar concept, they are very similar in lore to Personas from the Persona series.
I mean, true. I mean, I can kind of see that.
It's the same general concept, but with different specific details. Also, sorry, I was talking with my mouth full.
Oh, don't worry, I didn't even notice that you spoke about it, so I'm like, oh yeah, you did. Ha ha ha.
Yes, because I am also eating lunch. I am eating a quesadilla. I have a cheese and chicken quesadilla with hot sauce.
I have not eaten lunch yet. I'll eat lunch soon. I'm reading through all the wizard subclasses.
I left to go eat lunch, and I evidently missed a raid.
You missed a lot of viewers.
Yeah, that happens.
Alright.
I have 3 viewers currently, which is higher than normal, so I'm happy.
Yep. Let's see. I'm now looking at evocation subclass.
Keep in mind, by the way, there's also just students of. There's also various subclasses for like students of Silver Quill, of Witherbloom, etc. that can also be taken.
Yeah. I was like, yeah, Art Arcana. Oh, there's none. Archived Art Arcana. Ah. Which makes sense as these have become, trait and such.
Also, want to see the werewolf's first attack? Because I'm about to attack with them.
Alright. I'm watching.
Okay. Here we go. About to attack the skeleton.
Attack thy skeleton as I watch the stream.
Yeah! Keep in mind, I haven't leveled him up at all, and he just did 11 damage to an enemy with 15 health.
You know, he's a hidden character. It makes sense if he's strong.
Right. He jumped, he jumped very high into the sky and then came soaring down on the skeleton and did a claw attack. That is freaking cool.
Yeah.
Overly dramatic, but very cool. Oh, nice. He did a critical hit of 1 damage, Amon. Good job. You can tell it's a critical hit because it made that little noise that makes when you do a critical hit. But you do so little damage, and it only did 1. Also, this is the introduction of Sky Pegasus Knights. So, you know how we had Centaurs before?
Now the Pegasus is.
No, it's even better than that. Now they're flying Pegasus Knights clad head to toe in steel armor. Every inch of them, including their wings, are covered in steel armor.
They must have extreme strength, or those are some very sturdy yet lightweight metal. Okay.
Right, and they're also wielding lances and shields.
I'm just thinking of the training one has to go through.
Right. I'll let you know about the next time they're about to enter the battle so you can see what they look like, because yeah, these things are decked in metal.
No, I was actually still watching.
Yep. Compared to the skeleton, which is like basically unarmored except for a sword and shield. Like, no, they're decked head to toe in like metal armor.
Evocation, let's see.
Here we go, I'm about to attack another one. Yeah, look at that thing. Okay, maybe not the wings are covered in metal, but still.
Yeah, okay. So they can fly.
Yeah, they can.
They're not, like...
They are flying. They are flying units, so regardless of whether it was or not, they are technically flying in the game. But yeah, I get what you mean. In real physics. Yeah, I agree with Surtur. I'm surprised they can fly at all, but they can. They're just that strong.
I mean, their wings are not covered in metal, so, you know, that makes things a bit easier.
Yeah, they also have
Wow,
pretty
they're
tiny
pretty.
wings, though, is the thing.
And they're evading like crazy. Anyways, going back to reading up on subclasses.
Okay.
You can create positive relative safety with a number of your evocation spells. Equals to 1, succeed. Except so you can add your intelligence modifier over channel. Interesting. Graviturgy is an interesting one from the name of it.
Yep.
Also,
It's also one of the more recent ones.
makes sense. Chronergy is a fun one, just by reading it.
Yeah, by the way, I forgot to mention, my character does have 2 different subclasses in Wizard. And it's specifically Graviturgy and Chronergy Wizard.
Ah.
Yep. Because he's...
Because I was... Go on.
Go.
I was gonna say, like, if my character has, levels in all wizard subclasses, it's a high level in wizard.
To be fair, I didn't say your character does. I said Niv Mizzet does.
Oh, Niv Mizzet. Never mind. True.
Yeah.
Okay.
The only reason why you were thinking it was your character is because at the time we were reflavoring Niv Mizzet to be you, but we decided against that at a certain point.
Yeah, it's like we're using his base, but with, you know, we're just putting things together.
Yeah. And I know the stat block doesn't have all the craziness that the subclasses would have, but if I ran him as a character, that's how strong I would make him. It's like, whatever his stat block is, plus all of these classes and subclasses.
It's like, yes, we're not gonna go crazy with his stat block. We just go with what the subclasses would be.
Well, I'll take what all the craziness from his stat block, and then just add more on.
I swear for some reason I heard Kirby, but you know, it's fine.
Hi! That was my Kirby impression.
Okay then. Yeah, I heard Kirby. I heard Kirby in the background for some reason. You know what? I'm gonna go through. Would he have Abjuration?
To be fair, Kirby would be very busted in D&D terms as well.
True. Would he be blade singing? No, blade singing if he would be human in like a humanoid form. But you know, still taking that.
I'm now seriously trying to think of how to actually word Kirby as a monster in D&D. You don't have to think about this. You can keep doing subclasses, but I'm now genuinely actually thinking about it. Like, how would I stat Kirby?
Chronergy? I think he might have Chronergy a little bit. Yes.
Do keep in mind, by the way, books of magical knowledge do exist. And if your character has interacted with my character, that means he's probably had access to quite a few books.
Quite a few books. Hey, if I'm just spending the amount of time, who knows how long, years, I probably would have, like, read them all.
I don't know if all of them, but There's another question to ask. Is this mainline blue or is this alternate timeline blue?
We're gonna say alternate timeline blue, because mainline blue would be completely different.
Okay.
I would say, like, if you were to incorporate mainline blue at some point, it would be like a, wait a second, you're me, but from another reality.
Well, that's a good
Dimension.
question. Can blue contact his other timeline forms?
Oh, good question.
Maybe it's
No.
a Pinkie Pie situation where he's always in contact with every alternate version of him at any given time. Like Pinkie Pie is.
Yeah, I've never thought of, alternate timelines, Lou, so, I'm gonna say no at the moment, but he can probably learn how to.
Right.
I mean, he has a teacher who can, like, he has a good teacher.
He has a teacher?
Mainline blue? Oh, yes. His quote-unquote teacher is the granddaughter of the great spirit serpent god.
And
That is what he...
who is the great spirit serpent god?
It's kind of like, Hormungus, but I call it Sormungu. So he's like a great world spirit serpent.
Okay.
Who lives in the spirit realm, which is like this pocket dimension that is like connected to all. It's like located
Higher
deep
dimensional
within the Sea of
plane, got
Souls. Yes, he's located within the sea, deep within the Sea of Souls, is where you would go to the spirit realm. But other than that, it's like this whole giant, vast plane that you like. This is like just a whole world where everything's a spirit creature and has spirit magic.
Okay. So, yeah, kind of like what we talked about with Ugin.
Yeah, something like that, I guess. I think. Because I remember the capital of the, like, well, quote-unquote capital is this big, giant tree on an island. A large island, mind you. So that's where, like, the main capital is and such. It's a very fun story, I will tell you at some point. There's a reason why I decided to go and make the redeem of, hey, let me just drop some more about myself.
Yep. Whereas I'm just getting it for free. Because we're buddies. And you're on my live stream, not yours. Yep.
Alright, let's see, would you read Conjuration?
You want to know something funny? I just remembered that my character's done before.
Go on.
He once smacked Tiamat in the head with a rolled up newspaper. Tiamat did not take kindly to that, but it was still... Bahamut was laughing his butt off.
I know this is just me as, like, player who's, like, about, reuniting Tiamat and Bahamut at one point. But it's like, I can just imagine, our character's like, okay, y'all get along so that? Tiamat just raging like crazy. You just bat her with a rolled up newspaper.
Bat!
It's like, seriously?
Pipe down, you cranky dragon lady. I believe it was his exact line. That's how, like, old this character is, by the way. He's kind of just seen everything, and he just kind of doesn't care anymore about who you are or who you think you can do. Or what you think you can do.
Yeah. And now that's a good question. I need to come up with a lore for all this alternate timeline blue. Of where is he from, and
Well,
why he be... Go on.
I have an idea. And... Okay. So... How about my idea? So, here's my idea. Let's say main timeline blue ran into my character at some point, and they became friends. But your mainline blue had to go back to his own multiverse or whatever. But he didn't want to. But he wanted to leave a piece of him behind, so he left a piece of him behind, and that piece grew into alternate timeline Blue.
Because that's right. Because Blue can just create quote unquote copies of themselves. Because I took this from the fact of you can split your soul into different pieces, and then the soul fully reforms and just. But yeah, that's something Blue can absolutely do.
Yeah, so why don't we just say that's the explanation? So you can use... Basically, Alternate Timeline Blue has also all the backstory as regular Blue. It's just, he's a piece that was left behind to stick around with Finrio, which is the name of the artificer, Finrio. Which, by the way, is a half-elf artificer. Not half-elf, a high-elf artificer, if you did not know. It's also currently one of the gods of the elves, technically. Or rather, he's part of the pantheon for the elves in my campaign.
Ah.
Yeah.
So if anyone picked an elf character, that would have been one of them to pick from.
Right. Finrio, the I'm trying to remember exactly how they remember him. I believe it's Finrio the Forge Master or something like that. Sorry, no, Finrio the Great Weaver. That's it. Finrio the Great Weaver.
Ah.
Yeah. The one who weaves both magic and fate. That's how elves see him.
Magic and fate. I see. Let's have the one. If you actually increase the attacks. Wow. Okay then. Gravity has some unique skills. All right then. I'll just put that into levels. Violent. Attraction. No, well, not violent attraction. Gravity. I feel like I don't know if I would say I'm going too much into all the subclasses, but then again, Wizard has quite a... I'm not going with everything that Wizard has. Like, I've skipped over, Enchantment and, think Conjuration? No, yeah, I skipped over Conjuration.
Yeah.
No,
Even though Conjuration is also one of the really powerful ones.
Yeah.
You want to know why?
Concentration, focus, conjuration.
Sorry, illusion. I was thinking of illusion.
Yes, illusion. I don't think he would have illusion.
Okay. You want to know why it's one of the more powerful ones, though?
Go on.
Once you become a high enough level illusionist, you can straight up make illusions solid.
Oh yeah, level 14, illusion reality.
Uh-huh. Reality Stone from Marvel Comics, anyone? If you want reality warping in D&D, that's the way to do it.
Yeah, he's not gonna be enchantment. Divination, yes. Conjuration, probably... Let me take a look at the subclasses. No conjuration. Divination, yes. Chronology, yes. Blade Singing, yes. Abjuration. Did I put down Abjuration? I did not put down Abjuration. I think you would have Abjuration. Yes.
Abjuration is Arcane Ward.
Yes, has the Arcane Ward. Abjuration... Oops. We're gonna go back down. Okay. Blade Singing, Chronology, Divination, Evocation. Did I put Evocation in? I did put Evocation. Gravitarity. Oops, nope. Control Shift T. Thank you. Oh, Gravitarity back. Illusion. No, he wouldn't have it. Necromancy. Depends. No, he's not. That's not Necromancy. Order of Scribes. Let's see. Lower. How much wizards end up pouring over tomes of nature? Well, if I had Finzu, which is Blue's quote-unquote light side, which is a radiant eastern dragon, Finzu would probably be a wizard order of scribes. Just by the name of it, because Finzu loves knowledge.
Here's a question. Well, okay, that would fit Order of Scribes, but that would also fit College of Lore Bard.
True.
And here's a question. Have you considered Monk at all?
I have not looked at it yet. I'm still going through Wizard.
Okay.
I did think of, like, I should probably go through all the classes and the subclasses.
Yeah, I mean, having knowledge of them is just useful in D&D, so you can kind of know what to expect. Or, like, you see certain people do a thing, it's like, oh, it's that ability.
Yeah. Awaken Spell Plus Manifest Mind. One with the work now, so he wouldn't be Order Script. Transmutation. Yep, he gets to, you know what, I think he might just have Wizard Transmutation.
Okay.
That's what I think. If I'm wrong, I can remember. This is a while before they'll even meet them.
By the way, do you want to know how you actually end up getting multiple subclasses in D&D?
How to get multiple subclasses in D&D?
I don't know if this is a mainline rule or if this is just one I came up with at one point, but basically, you know what epic boons are?
Big gifts is the way I know about it.
Basically, normally there's a maximum level of 20th level, and if you would quote-unquote level up after that point, you instead would get an epic boon. What an epic boon does, it does a multitude of different things, usually picked by the GM. But I added in an epic boon called Epic Boon of Specialization, which what it allows you to do is take a class that you already have levels in and pick a new subclass in that class, and now you count as having always had that.
Okay, so
In addition
essentially...
In addition to whatever you had before.
So, if... Let's say I was Wizard with subclass War Magic and 20th level. If I get the epic boon of Wizard Specialization, or, you know, multiple of those, I get to pick, say, Chronergy, and I automatically have 20 levels in that.
Yeah, effectively.
Noted, so,
You would automatically
Copy
get
that.
all of the abilities of the Chronergy subclass of Wizard, yes.
alright then, so technically, Blue has that.
Now,
No,
let's
Go on.
zoom out from Blue for a second and talk about Hoonery.
Mhm.
So, imagine you become a 20th level Soul Bonder, and then, in my current campaign, I say afterwards, you can choose to either level up into multi-classing, or choose an epic boon. Basically afterwards, you do in multi-classing. However, after you do multi-classing, you can also just choose to do an epic boon instead of leveling up. And so you could, for example, with your Soul Bonder class, get other subclasses of Soul Bonder through an epic boon. Imagine you're not just a Drake now, but it's a Drake erratic soul
Drake.
or whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah, so I can be many things now. I could be... Wow, one, I wonder how that would have an effect on Hoonery's soul.
It would directly affect yours and Karsoka's soul, yes. Because effectively, it would be... You are now... It would be basically transmuting partly what... I don't know. The exact lore will come up with later. Point is...
It's like he's splitting his soul into thirds now.
Well, no, it's not like he's putting his soul into other creatures. Now it would be... He's giving Karsoka the abilities of non-dragons now.
Oh, okay, so, okay, that makes sense. Okay, so he's not binding another creature, he's just giving Karsoka new abilities. Okay.
Right. It's not... Karsoka is still his thing. You know, Karsoka is still his thing. It's going to be his bonded creature no matter what subclass he has. But now he can, like, not only give them abilities of the Drake, but also abilities of a Fey creature, or abilities of an Abjuration, or abilities of, you know... Aberration. Or an abilities of a Wild Beast.
Okay, Okay.
Yeah. Keep in mind by that point, by the way, you would have had the 20th level ability, which is giant size.
Mm-hmm.
Which, if you remember, is when Karsoka becomes a full-fledged large dragon.
Yes. So, yeah, him just having more abilities is just insane.
Yep.
Again, 20th level, it's like, hey, the DM can throw crap at you, and you should have the tools to take care of it.
Exactly. Except when you don't.
That's where the DM has to get strategic with their plannings and their battles and make puzzles instead of just normal fighting kill.
Right, which, to be fair, the way I run my games, it's more of a sandbox in the terms of, yeah, if you guys get more powerful than this certain area is, I'm not going to scale up the area. You're just going to basically stomp through the entire dungeon, and it's just because you're so strong now. And I'm just going to let you do that power fantasy of, oh, we're really overpowered, we're just going to stomp through this place. You know, I don't mind players just being overpowered. Yeah, that's fine by me. Unlike most DMs where they're like, oh, I need to challenge my players all the time. I'm like, dude, sometimes just let them have the power fantasy.
Let them have, you know, like, create a dungeon and, you know, just see what happens from there.
Right. Because a lot of times it's like, oh, hey, I'll create dungeons that exist in the world, and they'll have monsters of a set level. So if you show up at that dungeon way early, well, it's going to be a team party kill. If you show up at that dungeon way late, well, it's going to be a stomp on the dungeon. But it's entirely up to the players when they go in there. And I'll warn people ahead of time that, hey, monsters are typically this strong in this area. Now, the Goblin Mine isn't going to suddenly have a lich because the players are too strong. Yes, Surtur, that's exactly what I mean. I'm not suddenly going to go throw an ancient white dragon into a random level 1 dungeon just because, oh, hey, the player character is a 20th level. No, if you want to go through a level 1 dungeon as 20th level characters, be my guest. You're still going to have to fight the Goblin King, and it's still just going to be a cakewalk for you. You know, that sort of jazz.
Tactical wits. I mean,
What do you feel about that, Henry?
that sounds like something that would actually happen in something, because, you know, like, a professional coming over to, like, a professional mountain climber coming over to a very easy climb mountain. It should not have a difficult time climbing it, they should have an easy time climbing it.
Yep, exactly. It's not like this mountain will suddenly become a lot more steep than it was before or something. Unlike something like Final Fantasy XIV, where it goes, oh hey, you're too powerful for this area, level sync.
Yeah. Well, that's for fates, essentially.
Okay, but you get my point.
Yeah, I mean, I understand, like, it's kind of a power scaling so that way players don't over-grind and just, you know, breeze through the game.
That's me. I want to overgrind and then breeze through the game. That's kind of like what I like to do as a player.
Yeah. Yeah. But don't worry, I don't know if I say don't worry, it's like, at some points when you reach quote-unquote max level of the current, what you can get to, and you reach that kind of content, it'll still be a difficult challenge, but, you know.
Right.
I don't know.
And ultimately, something to remember is it's a game. People are there to have fun. As long as they're having fun, you're not doing anything wrong.
Yep.
It's when the players start getting bored that you need to worry. Yes, Skyrim is the same way. Where it's like, oh hey, I'm fighting a bandit camp. Why are there level 90 bandits in this camp? And why didn't you, like, do anything? You know, you're way stronger than the Whiterun guards. Why don't you just go ransack Whiterun instead of being in this random camp waiting for the Dragonborn to come and fight you? Or, oh hey, I'm going to this endgame area. Why are all the Draugr here level 3? You know? Aren't the Draugr here supposed to be really, really powerful because it's an endgame area? Oh wait, it's because I'm not high enough level? Why should that matter? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Me and Surtur both feel very much that way about things. Which is part of why we clicked as friends for a long time now.
Alright then. I have looked through everything basic of Wizard. Cool, time to go look through the other classes.
And also Xylo just ripped that lizard in half by himself by double critting.
Man, crits are fun. I think Blue would be a fighter at some point. Here, let me just go through everything. No, would Blue have Draconic Bloodline? No, Blue is a dragon. He does not need Draconic Bloodline.
Yes.
Divine Soul is what he would have. What other sorcerer abilities would we have? Aberrant Mind. Let's take a look at that. An alien influence has wrapped its tendrils around your mind, giving you psionic powers. And you can now touch other minds with the power and alter the world around you as you control the magical energy of the multiverse. Will this power shine you as a hopeful beacon to others, or become a source of terrors? Huh. Alright, there's Origin. Interesting. Moving on. It's like Origin. Moving on.
Yeah, remember, all of the subclasses are called Sorcerer's Origins. Because you get them at first level of Sorcerer, and they're like, where did your power originally come from? So if you look at the lore of all of these all like try to explain where your power originally comes from.
True. Let's see, psionic. Interesting. Let's see, would I have that? Psionic sorcery... Revelation.
Oh, I just had a really cool thought.
Go on.
So, I had an idea of how to tie Blue into Fizzbane lore.
Go on.
So, you remember how there's Tiamat Bahamut and there's the first world, right?
Mm-hmm.
You remember how there's actually a third dragon there?
Yes, I do remember exactly.
The one of the gem dragons that got shattered when the first world got shattered.
Yeah, I remember that.
Okay. What if Blue is just a large chunk of that shattered being? Like, you are just like the main body of it, and all the other fragments are there, but it's like you are the biggest chunk of it. As a way to tie it into D&D, because that would tie it directly into D&D lore at that point.
That very much would.
What do you think about that? Because that was something that just occurred to me, because you talked about telekinetic. I'm like, oh, wait, this is a thing we could actually work with.
I'm trying to figure out if he would have telekinetic powers. Wait, technically he would, but, because his original birth came from two dragons. I mean, I still need to figure out what kind of dragons they were. I remember one was
It could be Bahamut and Tiamat.
True.
Imagine, oh hey, part of the reason why he wants Bahamut and Tiamat to get back together is because it's literally his parents that effectively got a divorce.
But when I remember creating that, I remember doing RP with Blue once, and it wasn't exactly. This was before I went away from Pokemon. I did it as a Pokemon RP before I went like, wait a second, I need to make this my own, but I still want to keep part of the backstory to keep them like, you still affect the people who I roleplayed with. Still had an effect on his backstory.
Okay.
Father was a Black Lightning Dragon, and Pokemon terms would be Zekrom, and Mother in Pokemon terms was a Latias. Which would be, this case, technically that's where he would get psionic powers.
Yes.
So... interesting. That would tie into D&D lore if if we to do, it's like, still trying to think. I
Well,
still
'cause
want to
you're-
think that he's from his own realm and that he comes to the D&D realm because
You know what I've... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
no, that was actually the end of my statement. It's like he came to D&D world because why not?
Okay, something just occurred to me, though. Okay, so... What if... And here's the thing here. What if the entire time he's been misremembering his own past?
He did shut out his memory after the event happened.
And imagine for a second that he is kind of what I said, where he's just a large chunk of the original, or he's like he might even be the original of the Gem Dragon, like the actual third dragon there. But he doesn't remember, and so he filled in the blanks with what he thought was the case, which is the backstory you just detailed to me was him filling in his own memories, or someone else putting memories into him too.
I mean, that could be the case, but also, I mean, I had come up with his entire childhood. Was that at the age of 15, my BBEG, the Void, came in and wanted to kill me because of time travel shenanigans and things that happened in the past. That it's a fun time travel shenanigan thing.
Interesting. Also, wait, the Void is a person in your campaign?
The Void is an entity, essentially.
So, Void Terminator, got it.
And pretty much something like that. I mean, there is the whole possession thing it can do, but it isn't just always destructive. It sometimes can be discreet and lie.
I mean, which also Dark Matter is known to do, which, spoiler alert, Dark Matter is part of Void Terminator. So everything Dark Matter did is stuff Void Terminator can also do.
Yes, because one thing I came up with was that the Void at one point became like this grand ruler that, those holy worshippers of like saying God is almighty, their light is amazing and such. Imagine that, but they were being deceitful the entire time. And then when the big plans revealed, everyone fell victim to the Void's control.
So, the Light Warden plot?
Kind of essentially like that. There's a lot of similarities to other stories. I never realized at first.
Yeah. To a almost very interesting extent, actually.
Yes, because I created this before I had any knowledge of these video games.
Yeah, and to be fair, there's also a bunch of weird similarities between his character and the backstory of my own character, Finrio.
Yes.
In step with the whole Kurain family and all that sort of jazz.
Yeah, because when the Void went and attacked Blue, it killed Blue's mother. Or quote-unquote killed. There was no trace of her body. What the Void did was take her and torture her. Torture her soul.
That's
as
dark.
a part of his army.
That's dark.
I know. It's dark.
Indeed.
And it will make Blue break.
Yeah. And that's just reminding me of other things too. But we'll continue with that. Sure.
Yes. So Blue went to a rage, which revealed his ability to having the astral powers and everything he was destined to do. Because his destiny was forced upon him. He wasn't given a choice. It's like, I was forced upon this. Yes, I'm sorry. Someone had to do it. Someone had to be given it.
I have mixed feelings about that, but go on.
I mean, yeah, it's like not everyone is perfect in what they do.
No one's perfect. There is no such thing as perfect.
And then, Blue eventually, went through I guess you'd say, he actually did travel back in time, by many, many years, and to a different location, because Blue was born in the spirit realm, at the very edge of it. Which is, I guess I should go more into details. Well, fun fact, everyone's getting lore without spending those points. Blue has a sister. Her name is Rose. The teacher name was, Sorelia. She also has different names that she goes by to hide her true name, because, you know, she doesn't want to fully reveal everything.
Question. When I title this YouTube video, do I have permission to title it as a massive blue lore dump?
You can put it in description as well.
Okay.
But yeah, massive blue lore dump right here.
Sure, and I'll go ahead and link to your channel.
Yes, and if people want to ask more, hey, well, okay, you know what, this is actually perfect. I guess so. Moving on. So yes, for 15 years of Blue's life, Rose is 5 years younger than Blue, by the way. He lived on an island that, you know, an isolated island where he learned, he trained, he grew stronger with his magic abilities as a dragon. And that stuff. However, Blue was also born with 2 other souls inside him.
Okay.
These souls are the Shadow Dragon, Black, and the Radiant Dragon, Finzu.
Okay.
These are essentially, to help guide him with the balance of light and dark. And where he gets his, light and dark ability.
Wow, that's ringing a lot of bells. Do you know about the story of the video game Firefly Diaries title?
No, I do not.
Okay, I need to show you that after the stream because, yeah, what you said just rang like a bunch of bells about that and the backstory of Finreal, but that's a different story.
Alright,
and more
yes,
specifically,
were...
Finreal's daughter, Karuna.
Oh, whoa, okay then.
Yeah, Finreal has an entire family, it's not just him.
Valid. Yes, these souls were dragon souls, by the way. I mentioned that because Rose also was born with 2 other souls in her. However, they weren't dragon souls. They were fox souls. Which is why Rose normally looks like a fox, than a dragon.
Okay.
It's a weird thing of, like, magic affecting your body before you are born.
Okay.
Wow, that one lives with 1 HP. Rose was born with Lily, a golden 9-tailed fox, and then Ivy, an anthro fox witch.
So a kitsune.
Something like that. Yes.
Okay. The reason why I say kitsune is because that's a Japanese yokai that exists.
Yep.
And it is specifically a 9-tailed fox. And you want to know what the number of tails represent?
Their wisdom or something, or how many centuries they've lived?
The more tails they have, the more mature and wise they are as an individual. However, if a kitsune ever makes a big blunder, one of their tails gets cut off. And so, yeah, and they'll have to regrow it back as they regrow their wisdom and become wise again. So if you see a kitsune without many tails, then that means that it's a kitsune who is either just learning or has made a lot of mistakes.
Yes, this probably explains why Ivy's personality is so kind and caring and mature, and it's like, here are things that, like, okay, that makes much more sense.
Yep, there you go. There's a bit of lore to introduce into it.
Yep, and by the way, these characters of Ivy, Black, Rose, and Finzu, not Rose, Lily and Finzu, they all have their own backstories.
What?
Fun fact, they, remember, they once lived.
What do you mean once lived?
They died once.
Oh, so they're reincarnated souls. Got it.
Yes. It's a fun story that I will get to eventually. But yes, that's Blues and Rose's upbringings of why they look like what they are, and how they are affected by the void. Blue is mainly known for attacking. He's like a big DPS guy. Rose is your healer.
Okay.
In an RPG sense.
Okay.
let's
In
see.
a MMORPG sense.
That too. But like, I did create this within the mindset that I was going to create a game about them at some point, which I tried to do, but I lost motivation.
Well, instead of making an entire battle system, you could always just, make a D&D campaign about it. That's not fun.
True. But then again, that means the players have to be the start point.
What do you mean?
Because when you do a D&D campaign, the players are typically the main spotlight.
Well, yeah,
Well,
the
you
players
have,
would take the roles of the individual characters within the story. Instead of them playing, instead of them creating their own characters, they would be piloting pre-built characters, is what they would be doing.
Oh, I never thought of that.
Yeah. Like, for example, it's kind of like what I mentioned with, do you want to be a high-level supreme dragon in my campaign? I already had something kind of in mind as to where you would be lore-wise. And it would just be, do you want the opportunity to play as a character like that or not? Because it'd be a pre-built character.
Yeah, as I kind of know, since we've already talked about his lore of just a shard and just have all of Blue's memories, and just I know Blue's personality.
Yep.
That's just, simple to do.
Mind if I drop some Finreal lore then?
Yeah, you know what? I'm done sharing Blue lore.
Okay, I'm just gonna share a few little tidbits about Finreal lore. First off, he's older than the D&D multiverse.
Ah, fun.
He was there when Bahamut and Tiamat were first born, or created. He was there when they were first created. And he was already very old at that point. He was immortal at one point, but he's just always kind of been a chaotic entity that just kind of does his own things. A neutral, not a chaotic neutral entity that just kind of does his own things and goes around and has fun. And he just makes things and puts them in the world to see what happens. It's like, oh, hey, this character's doing this thing, blah, blah, blah. I want to see what happens if I give them this random MacGuffin out of nowhere. Which leads to lots of Deus Ex Machina moments, because people don't expect the support, but they'll just randomly get a really powerful magic item out of nowhere, and they don't know what happened. When really, it's just, he randomly gave it to them because he wants to see what happens. He's just kind of a really old tinkerer who just likes tinkering with both fate, time, and space, and creating magic items on a whim, and just giving them to people, and just, messing around with things. That's generally his attitude and approach to most things. So he's also a very, I won't say necessarily kind, because that's relative, but he respects most people unless they give him a reason not to.
Same with Blue.
Yes. So, yeah, there's some Finreal lore. On top of that, though, he is also, as I mentioned, an elf, a high elf specifically. However, since he predates the D&D lore, since he basically predates D&D lore, he is not originally an elf from D&D, but he was incorporated into the elven pantheon as a result. This is also the reason why he's not a god, by the way, because he predates the gods. So he just kind of is a thing that exists. He doesn't have an official title of any kind. Also, yes, we're ending the title with Finreal lore. We're ending the stream with Finreal lore, but we have 5 minutes left in the stream.
You have 5 minutes left on the stream, and I have yet to actually stream yet.
Alright, well, anything else? Anything else you want to say or talk about, Hunary?
Nothing much besides it, this is very interesting lore and such. I mean, this must be a weird dream I'm having.
Well,
I'll
okay.
take your stuff,
Okay. You don't need to say it in
I was-
character. Come on now.
I was saying it in character for the fun of it.
Okay. I was about to say. Yeah. Any more blue lore you want to dump? And what do you think about the Finreal lore that you heard?
Old guy that wants to have fun and see what people do with things.
Yep. And as per his origin, I quote, "It's so long ago I don't remember, and really it doesn't matter." That's his exact stance on it, where he doesn't know where he comes from, and he really doesn't care either. And I mean, there you go.
Yeah, that's fine.
I mean, that's pretty fair, right? It's like, because who else is gonna know? Who else is that old that they would know?
Nope.
But yeah, he just kind of has a workshop set up that's outside of any given multiverse. And he just kind of looks at a lot of them and tinkers around with them, sort of thing. So he's been to like D&D, he's been to Magic the Gathering, he's been to Yu-Gi-Oh, he's been to a bunch of different multiverses. And just done things sometimes. And occasionally, he will choose to, quote-unquote, reincarnate, where he just chooses to become a mortal for a while, live a mortal lifetime, and then go back to his workshop once that mortal lifetime dies.
Blue does that every now does that a lot. There's times where he just, goes to a world, takes on a mortal body, and limits his power.
Alright. How was that level for Diane? Someone said that they're waiting in anticipation for Diane's level. So I just let the level up screen keep going. Ah, you looked away! No! Okay. You can do a stream clip if you want to see it. You can do a stream clip.
Yes, clip it, and you get stream clips.
Yep. Anywho, you were saying, Hidari?
Nothing much besides, saying Blue does the same thing of...
Yeah.
Just taking on a mortal body, limiting his strength and such, to explore the world. As I think, if I remember what the quote was, if I were to always use my full power, I would learn nothing.
Right.
Restraining myself and starting anew is a great way to learn.
Mm-hmm. And by the way, Finreal does have a wife and kids, as I mentioned.
Yeah, Blue doesn't have that yet.
Yep, and the wife is Diana's self-insert character, which is my actual significant other in this book.
Yeah, that's fine. Remember, DM can do whatever they want.
Oh yeah, I know. This is a self-insert character, so I'm just going to incorporate quote-unquote real-life lore into it. With heavy air quotes.
With heavy air quotes. And then there's just me looking at sorcerer subclasses now. That's actually really difficult to implement for Blue, for my insert character and such.
Yeah, which is why oftentimes when I look at subclasses like, oh hey, Strixhaven Initiate, I just kind of throw out the lore and go, this is mechanically cool, let me come up with an explanation as to why.
Yeah, I'm looking more or less at mechanics. It's like, would that make sense for Blue to have?
Right, because we're DMs, we can just reflavor mechanics to be for different reasons, but it doesn't change the actual mechanics. You can, for example, Sortu's character currently has Twilight Druid as a subclass for Wizard, because he wanted to have a Twilight Druid subclass, but he wanted to be a Wizard. So I said, sure, you can just take the Twilight Druid subclass and just slap it on the Wizard and say that you're a Twilight Wizard. I'm fine with that.
You gain no benefits of main Druid class, but
Yeah, it's not like you suddenly become a Druid. You're not a Druid. You just have the benefits of that subclass attached on the Wizard. Go ahead and look up the Twilight Druid, because I want you to read it out before we end the stream.
Alright, fine. I'll go to Druid now. Alright, Druid, where is...
It's down in the Unearthed Arcana.
Oh, so down in Unearthed Arcana stuff. Okay.
Yeah.
Feats, miscellaneous. Let's see. Homebrew subclasses? No. It's Archive, Unearthed Arcana. Druid, Circle of Twilight.
Yep. Circle of Twilight.
Alrighty then. Alright, Harvest Scythe. You, learn to unravel harvest life energies out of the creatures. Nice. Speech Beyond the Grave. Interesting. You speak with dead.
Yep.
Huh. Wow. Unravel the harvest life edges of other creatures to augment your spells, roll damage. Wow.
You remember when he added like 10 damage onto each magic missile?
Alright.
That was that ability. That was the one that allows him to add damage to his spells.
Well, thank goodness I had that stuff.
Yeah, otherwise you would have taken 44 force damage to the face.
I would have knocked out by then.
Because he happened to roll max on both the adding and on the actual damage for the missile. Actually, no, sorry, he didn't roll max for the missile. He rolled max for the added damage. So it was like 11, and he hit you with 4 of them, so 44.
It's like, oh, thank goodness I have this.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a Mystic class? Interesting.
It's Unearthed Arcana, yes. I've never looked at it. I will readily admit, I've never looked at it.
I mean, I might look at it eventually. I have no clue. I honestly don't.
You know what do you know what Unearthed Arcana is, by the way?
Let's see. It's a playtest material.
Yes. It's basically, quote-unquote, it's basically homebrew, quote-unquote, that Wizards of the Coast themselves put out and say, hey, this is a thing that we're looking at for one of the setting books. Go ahead and playtest it and tell us how it works. And some things they'll incorporate into the actual, books. Some things they won't, and they just never will touch it again. Mystic class is one of the things they just never touched again, as well as Twilight Druid is another thing that they never touched again. Actually, they gave Twilight to Cleric instead of Druid, is I think what it was. Because there is a Twilight Domain Cleric. They never gave it to Druid. Anywho, we're past the end of the stream, so I'll go ahead and conclude this battle, and then after we're done with this battle, that'll be the end of the stream. So if there's anything else you want to say before the end of the stream...
Nothing.
This is a lot of fun. That's all I'll say. This is a ton of fun. I hope you had fun.
It was very nice. Oh, look, they're found in the sky. Yay!
Yep.
This battle is taking quite some time for you. Let's close that. But yeah.
Alright, can you get some good level ups, please? Just increasing your speed by 1 is not a good level up. I will say, you might get screwed by RNG on level ups in this game when you play it.
Let's see. Lunar Magic does not work for Sorcerer. What is Pyromancy? Does Pyromancy work? Let's see. Heart of Fire. At first level, it has a level that deals fire damage.
You like
True,
fire?
I can it's like, and I can reflavor that in a way.
Yes.
Oh, Fire Veins.
By taking the Niv Mizzet ability.
Yes, Fire in the Veins. You can resist the fire damage. I mean, I could easily change that to some other element, but you know, wait a second. Yeah.
Also,
I think Pyromancy might be one.
Also, if we're going off of the whole colorless Ugin thing, it's weird seeing blue as an owl. Yes, that's because blue looks like Hoonery. This is actually the picture that was used for the campaign. This is official art of Hoonery, the D&D character.
Moonchild. Indeed, it is indeed I. Don't worry, I'll get full art of me later. This is just a sketch someone did once.
It is.
Uh,
Anyway, so if we're going off of the whole Ugin idea, then you could just say that, oh hey, you have resistance to every type of damage that a dragon can produce, because you effectively have the scales of every dragon, because you're colorless now.
does that include gem dragons?
That does include gem dragons, yes, so it includes all of those damage types. So basically you have resistance to everything except bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, but dragons already have resistance to those things from non-magical sources.
So they have to hit me with magical weapons.
Huh? You're moving away from your microphone.
I'm sorry. They have to hit me with magical weapons, which
Yep.
granted they should have at the time, but you know.
Yeah. By the time you're fighting a dragon, you usually have a magic weapon.
Tell me, I really hope there isn't an ability where you have resistance against magical weapons.
There is abilities where you just straight up have resistance against bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing damage, regardless of where it's from.
Okay. I would say, like, if there is, no, I wouldn't want it.
There's none specifically against magic weapons, though. No,
Okay.
it's against
Well,
damage
it's-
types.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, you know, if there's something for that kind of magic weapon, like, so you could slap someone with, like, resistance to everything, and you're just dealing, like, well, this is fun.
Some question: what property of a +1 sword makes the rest of the physical attack bypass resistance? It's because it's magical. A magical weapon has properties on it that basically make it so that it's not just a mundane weapon cutting you. It actually has Okay. To explain lore-wise why a magical weapon cuts through things that normal weapons do not, basically, you're not just physically cutting through the object, but you're also spiritually cutting through it as well when you're using a magic weapon. Does that make sense?
Sea sorcery? What is sea sorcery? I'll take a look at this.
Does that make sense?
Yes, that makes sense. I thought you were speaking more to Surtur.
I was speaking, well, yes, I was speaking in general, but I was also asking if that makes sense to both of you. Because I want to make sure that I was being clear about what I explained, because I didn't know if I was or not. Okay, cool. Yeah, which is also the reason why Guts' sword from Berserk could just randomly start cutting ghosts, is because it bathed in so much demonic blood that it became magical. Despite the fact that it was mundane, he had just cut through so many demons that eventually it just became magical because of the amount of demon blood on it.
What the heck?
Welcome to Guts Berserk. Welcome to Berserk lore. I know lore from tons of fictional places.
Yeah, I was just shocked when I'm looking at sorcerer, sea sorcery. This is unearth arcana. Let me just take a look at it. Nice. I like to be getting stuff. Water defense. Okay. Shifting form. Okay. Water soul. Okay. What?
Right. You want to just be an ocean?
Do you want to do you want to be an ocean? Do you want to say you ignore critical hits?
Yep. Now, to be fair, an uncommon magic item called adamantine armor also lets you ignore critical hits.
Because I was looking at the first one, I'm like, Soul of the Sea. I like that one. Curse of the Sea. I didn't fully read that one, but you know. I can curse a target. Okay. I'm actually gonna ignore this. I don't like all the mechanics of this. I like Soul of the Sea, but I can easily get that elsewhere.
Yep.
Shadow. Let's see.
Oh, I didn't mean to actually kill this person. Well, I guess we won this battle. I didn't mean to actually kill them, though.
Did I not look at Storm Sorcery? I don't think I looked at Storm Sorcery.
He did not. Head to the
I did
bridge.
not.
We need to get across quickly. And the next battle is the coolest battle in the game, in my opinion. But I'll leave that for next time.
Alright.
Can I egress out here? No. Okay, I actually have to manually walk back. Okay.
Starting at first level, you can use a bonus action to... Wow.
So there's a
Wow,
good
I
chance
just-
that if someone makes Wolverine into D&D, he should have immunity to critical hits because adamantine skeletons. Yep, I would say that.
Fair enough. Wow. Winsel. Do I want to learn sorcery? I'll just put that in question marks.
I have actually designed Wolverine with stats and everything before in D&D, and I made sure he was as powerful as he is in the comics. And my player characters are like, how are you supposed to kill this guy? I'm like, the average villain also wonders that sometimes.
The average village wonders that.
I said villain, not village, but yeah.
I said villain. Sorry if I didn't.
You said
Okay.
villain and then village. I'm like, wait, did you think I meant village?
Let's see. Artificer. Would he be an artificer? No. Artificer tinkers. No,
Yeah.
I don't think he would be an artificer.
I'm going to sign off for YouTube now, if that's okay.
Sign off, go away.
Okay, everyone on stream, stick around. We're going to go raid somebody. But for YouTube, thanks y'all for watching. And I'll see y'all next time. Goodbye.